I open the Ordinary Council meeting on the 29th of September 2020 at 6:05 p.m. Good evening, councillors, and before you sit down this evening, I'd just like to have a minute's silence for Susan Ryan, AO. Susan Ryan grew up in Maroubra and attended Bridgetine College. Susan was the first female Labor minister and inaugural minister assisting the Prime Minister for the status of women. Susan was a champion of women's rights and other discrimination against Australians. She was also an unrelenting advocate for the rights of older and disabled Australians. As a former Age and Disability Discrimination Commissioner, Susan will be remembered as a passionate advocate for equality for all Australians. After her recent passing at the age of 77, Susan leaves a legacy that will endure, as she will greatly be missed. Councillors. Councillor Nielsen, could you read the prayer, please?
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Councillor Parker.
I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Pitchfield and Gadgwit peoples who occupy the Sydney coast as being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and to the Aboriginal people in attendance tonight.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I have apologies from Councillor Bowen and Councillor Stavrinos for absences. Everyone else is here. Do I have a mover? Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Luxford, seconded. Can I have someone to confirm the minutes of the Ordinary Council on the 25th of August 2020? Councillor Luxford. Someone, can I have a seconder? Councillor Hamilton.
Question.
Also, can I have a... Oops.
Do we record names for that vote out of interest? Because they're not listed, but just a general question.
For the confirmation?
Yeah, the minutes don't have the names of who voted for who.
You mean the Extraordinary Council or the Ordinary Council? That was for the Ordinary Council. And then there's minutes...
Sorry, I'm referring to the Extraordinary Deputy Mayor election meeting.
I'll just refer that to the General Manager, Councillor Roberts.
Through you, Mr Mayor, traditionally the practice has not been to record the names.
But do I have someone moving the Extraordinary Council of 22nd September 2020? That should be on your desk.
Second, Mr.
Councillor Matson's moved it and Councillor Luxford seconded. So can I have declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest, please?
Yeah.
I'll start from this way. So, Councillor Shuri.
It's for CS 4120,
Non-significant, non-pecuniary. We have closed our street for a street party in the past.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, CS 44/20. The speakers are known to me through my associations, prior associations with the surf club when my kids were much younger.
Yeah, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. While unnecessary under the Council Code of Conduct for the interest of transparency in relation to 4.6.E, I would like to make a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest as I am a patrolling member of the club. I do not hold any office, actively participate in the management or administration of the organisation, nor do I engage in any other activities to any significant extent which could be considered as giving rise to a particularly strong affiliation. I will be participating in the matter.
Councillor Matson.
Yes, I'd like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary matter in that I know Ms Rona Wade, who is speaking on item CP 3920, Streets as Shared Spaces, Coogee Bay Road. I know her through my past activity as a Randwick City Councillor.
Any further?
Same declaration for...
So Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Shuri and Councillor De Rocha, all the same. Before we move on to the speakers, I just have a privacy warning. The purposes of clause 5.20 of the Council's Code of Meeting Practice, the meeting is being live audio streamed via a link on the Council's website. Following the meeting, the audio recording will be available to the public via Council's website. In accordance with clause 15.22 of the Council's Code of Meeting Practice, a person must not live stream or use an audio recorder, video camera, mobile phone or any other device to make a recording of the proceedings of a meeting of Council or a committee of the Council without prior authorisation of the Council or the committee. All speakers who are speaking tonight, addressing tonight's meeting, you have a maximum of 3 minutes to put your case forward. Councillors may ask you questions at the end of your presentation. And to begin the evening, we have CO 49/20, 2019-2020 financial statements. Speaking is Mr Greg Byrne, Chief Financial Officer, and Mr Brett Hanger, from our auditor from Nexia Australia.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Good evening, councillors. Tonight I am joined by Brett Hanger, who is the Director with Nexia Australia. Nexia are the audit firm contracted to Council by the Audit Office of New South Wales. We will be speaking to the report on the audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2020. Also here with us tonight is Michelle Good, who is Council's Coordinator of Expenditure. Michelle led the project team in compiling this year's financial statements. Next, thank you, David. That's good. A quick look at the timeline for the production of the financial statements. The draft statements were referred to audit back at the August Council meeting. The auditors' reports were issued on the 14th of September. The next day, on the 15th of September, we lodged our audited financial statements with the Office of Local Government. The financial statements were put together by our own internal financial services team, who have all been working remotely since back in March. With changes to key personnel, along with the challenges of working from home, we stuck to our ambitious timeline, and I'm proud to advise that we were the first Metropolitan Council to lodge their audited financial statements with the OLG, and we were just the second general purpose council in the state overall, so that was a terrific effort by the team. Next slide. Thank you, David. Looking at the statements, we finished the year with a net operating result of 23.241 million. This was after the fourth quarter impact of our COVID-19 community support package and the closure of the Des Ranford Leisure Centre, which affected our revenues. The net operating result also included the $15.6 million handback of assets from Transport for New South Wales that were used in association with the light rail project. Our net operating result before grants and contributions was an operating surplus of $2.3 million. Next slide, thank you. Taking a look at our operating performance measures, our operating performance ratio finished above benchmark at 4.16%. Despite pandemic-related reductions in revenues, our own source operating revenue finished at 83.72%. Our unrestricted current ratio came in at 3.95. Changes to accounting standards and the treatment of leases gave us a debt service cover ratio well in excess of benchmark. Our outstanding rates and charges finished the year at 4.84%, which, although under the 5% benchmark for Metropolitan Council, this actually represented for Randwick an additional $2.1 million that were outstanding in unpaid rates at the end of the financial year. As a means of assistance to our ratepayers, no interest has been applied to overdue rates since the community support package was adopted back in the March Council meeting. Finally, our expense cover ratio was a healthy 4.67 months. Next slide, thank you. Turning to our infrastructure asset performance measures, our buildings and infrastructural renewals ratio at 30th of June was below benchmark at 66.09%. Council does set its capital works program at a level to keep our ratios above benchmark each year. However, major capital works still in progress at any given point in time will affect this ratio, which is what happened at 30th of June. As we still had major projects underway, works in progress with the Coogee Surf Lifesaving Club and the Maroubra Stormwater Harvesting Project. The infrastructure backlog ratio is well under benchmark at 0.5%, and the asset maintenance ratio at 174.22% is also well above benchmark. The cost to bring assets to agreed service levels is a very sustainable 0.31%. I will now hand over to Brett, and Brett will talk to you briefly representing the Audit Office of New South Wales to talk about the conduct of the audit.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Look, as the CFO's outlined the financial results for the year, I'll just add a couple of brief comments around the audit. As he mentioned, the audit, or the year-end audit was done remotely this year, so I'd like to acknowledge and thank the finance team for their assistance around getting this information required to complete the audit so orderly. The accounts were completed and ready for audit within the prescribed timeframe. All information requested and explanations were provided, and an unqualified audit opinion was issued on the 14th of September. I'll be happy to take any questions regarding the audit process after the CFO concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Brett. So, final slide. Yeah, thank you, David. So, in conclusion, the audited financial statements have been completed this year in a timely manner. The statements will now form part of Council's annual report. The statements show that even with the pandemic, Council is in a strong financial position. I would just like to finish up by once again acknowledging and thanking the efforts of the financial services team, and also thanking Brett and the rest of his audit team for their cooperation in working with us for the timely completion of the audit reports. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Byrne or Mr. Hanger? No, thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors.
So now, councillors, we move on to CP 39/20, Streets as Shared Spaces, Coogee Bay Road, against Ms. Rona Wade. I'll just remind you, Rona, you have 3 minutes plus an extension of 1.
Thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Coogee Precinct. At the September meeting, the Coogee Precinct voted unanimously to oppose this proposal. It was seen providing more outdoor dining and drinking in Coogee Bay Road was seen as attracting more visitors to Coogee. Coogee and Coogee Bay Road are very busy now, and residents are concerned about how much busier it will become in summer with the pandemic still with us. We know from sewage analysis at Bondi and Malabar that the virus is still present locally, even if cases are not being detected. So we don't understand why Council would seek to attract more people to Coogee to an unregulated environment and put health and wellbeing at risk. So the survey emphasised social distancing, and the precinct would like to see Council being more proactive on that front now. There are businesses along Coogee Bay Road which open right to the footpath, and people queue and cluster on the footpath, ignoring any requirement for social distancing and blocking the safe passage for pedestrians. When the businesses are queried about this, the response is they don't own the footpath and cannot tell people what to do. So if we can't manage it now, how will we manage it under this new environment? So the vast majority of residents have no idea about this plan for Coogee Bay Road, and only one resident at our meeting had a survey flyer in their letterbox, and they live in Mount Street, which is some distance from the streets most affected by the diversion of buses and emergency vehicles, which was a major issue for the precinct. There was a question in the survey asking if you're a resident or business. And these results are not included in the report, but we would be interested to know how many of the 75% who said they support the proposal were residents. The precinct also would have wanted to see a traffic study, and many commented on the backup in Arden Street as cars under this proposal, as cars wait to turn into Coogee Bay Road but are unable to do so because there are cars parking or exiting from parking on both sides of the single lane. So finally, the report states that one-way traffic worked well through the building works. However, many precinct members commented that during this time, locals didn't drive along Coogee Bay Road or even use it as pedestrians because of the extreme noise and dust. People did complain to the precinct about the diversion of buses, particularly the buses diversion down along Carr and down Alfreda Street. But generally, people were patient, knowing that the undergrounding of wires would improve Coogee Bay Road for everyone, but they cannot see that sort of benefit in this proposal. So the precinct appreciates council's efforts to help business during COVID. I guess we'd just like to see these efforts spread more widely.
You've got an extra minute.
Spread more widely so that Coogee isn't a magnet that continues to suck the energy out of all the other commercial areas that we know are suffering so much. So we'd like to see council putting effort into places like Maroubra, and we can't speak on behalf of other precincts, but we would certainly like to see council putting effort into other areas at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Wade. And speaking for is Mr Peter Mavromatas. Oh, sorry, Ms Wade. Are you willing to take questions? Sorry, Peter. Is there any questions for Ms Wade? Councillors? Councillor Milson.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms Wade, you mentioned the precinct. How many meetings would you have had in relation to this particular topic, and how much enthusiasm would you have received from the precinct for the proposals?
Including the original proposal?
Yes.
I think there's been 3, and it's been unanimous. I mean, for a variety of reasons, people just don't understand why this is being done in a pandemic, when we're all so worried, so anxious, and Coogee is so crowded, and we spend most of our time avoiding trying to maintain some level of distance when we're out and about. It's so busy down there. It really is so crowded.
Any further questions? Councillor Matson.
Are there any aspects or components of the proposal that the precinct would support?
Well, at one stage when we were talking to some of the businesses in Coogee Bay Road, the idea of parklets came out, where maybe 4 car spaces, 2 car spaces could be freed up for a parklet on either side of the road. That seemed to be something that we could support because we still had the two-way traffic. I know the report says that all the emergency services have been consulted, but we are really concerned about any delays in emergency services getting to either premises in Coogee Bay Road or incidents at Coogee Beach. So if we could preserve the two-way traffic but have some allocation of space for more outdoor dining, and if there could be more vigilance in ensuring that, I mean, there's a great space there now. Council did a great job in in the works in Coogee Bay Road. There's a lot of space there now. It could be used a lot better at present, except there are these deadlocks, these clustering situations where people are queuing up across the footpath and blocking access.
Any further? Thank you, Ms. Wade.
Thank you.
Sorry, Peter. Now it's...
Hello everybody, my name's Peter. I'm a Coogee local and local business owner for the last 25 years in Coogee. Regarding extending the footpath more, which has been proposed, I am strongly for it. We, as a business owner, we have struggled a lot over the past year. The roadworks hit us very hard, everybody. Coogee was quiet, as the last speaker said, no one was walking up and down Coogee Road. The roadworks deterred everybody. Then we had the bushfires, and then now the pandemic. With the pandemic, both of my venues in Coogee were reduced our seating. So we're seating about a third of what we normally could. I understand, yes, people are queuing on the footpath, but that's obviously done for a reason. In our place, if someone orders takeaway, the last thing we want is people standing around in our business when they don't need to be there, so we tell them to wait outside. Keeping the social distancing, it's automatically going to make people queue up out onto the footpath. I disagree that Coogee is still busy. I find it very quiet. Coogee is the place where Saturday and Sunday everybody goes to Coogee, and everyone seems to go there at the same time. So saying that when you're limited on how many people you can seat and everybody comes at the same time, when everyone comes at the same time, that's when we want to maximise the turnover, because after that everybody goes and that's the end of it. So the reduced seating is hurting everybody a lot. A few businesses have gone down recently. Many are struggling right now. To have the opportunity to have more seating would help us immensely. I think it would be great for Coogee. I think that having Coogee one way, I think it wouldn't impede on the traffic. Outside the Coogee Bay Hotel, they've made a new left turn lane, which wasn't there before. I believe that there's enough space for traffic to queue up there to enter Coogee Bay Road. I think there's enough room for emergency services and everything else to get up there, all the essentials. I don't really see it much different to what it is now. The way it is now, you have two very narrow lanes. If one car doesn't park properly, it literally blocks the whole street.
That's 3 minutes, so...
Okay.
You've done? Okay. Do you mind taking some questions?
No, not at all.
Councillor Matson.
So you're aware that the recommendation is for a trial period of 3 months?
I'm aware.
You would be aware that it might well be the mood of the council in 3 months not to proceed any further with this project?
It's worth a try.
Okay.
Councillor Nielsen.
With your particular business, how many extra tables and chairs would you need in front of it to make a difference for you?
Any table and chair we can get right now helps us out. Where it's just like now, if you're able to seat this room at full capacity, there's going to be 3 times as many people in here. That's any extra chair, any extra table will help us.
But can I have a follow-up question, please? Same topic. With the COVID distancing and so on, that makes it all extra tricky for you. How
Correct.
many seats or how many people do you think you could optimistically, maintaining the appropriate rules in terms of spacing, would you be able to sit directly in front of your business?
I don't know, because I don't know how much area has been proposed to be given to us, so it depends on that. And they're changing all the laws all the time, so...
Well,
to answer your question...
As of now, like I know it's hard for you, I'm not meaning to be difficult, but as of now, and then don't forget that we're talking about directly in front of your business.
Yeah, so if we were to say, be given an extra 2 metres of seating in distance, we could probably fit another 16 people.
Not with COVID distancing.
Well, you don't know what business I have, so we do have.
I'll take that point of order. That's...
I'm answering my own question, sorry.
Yes.
Anyway, okay, so I'll leave it at that, but
Okay.
good luck. Thank you.
Any further
Mr.
questions?
Roberts.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr.
I'll just add quickly, the last thing I would ever want is a parklet out the front of my business. I believe they're like sitting inside a shipping container and it blocks the view of the business. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So now we move to CS 44/20, Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club, request for funding assistance. Mr. Danny Donoghue. Again, you have 3 minutes and an extra.
Mr Mayor, Madam Deputy, Councillors, my name's Danny Donoghue. I'm President of Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club. I'm here to represent the members of our club and also the members of the community who use our club. My request for funding doesn't come without reason. At the moment, our club is exploding with lack of space and the assets we use for our life saving. We have little room for it. I understand it's a large sum of money to be investing in the surf club, but I call it that. I call it an investment because your investment will be followed up with an investment with some money from the New South Wales government, which we have in hand, providing we can start the works within 60 days of $300,000. Maroubra Surf Club over the past 3 years has raised through its volunteer services close to $150,000, which we intend to put in. And the Seals Club will also be matching some money towards the building of the project. We've also this year accepted responsibility for behalf of the other surf clubs in the area, the Coogee, Clovelly and South Maroubra, of providing storage for the surf ski, the jet ski and the drone program which services the Randwick district beaches. Our club, I've stated, is exploding at the moment, and the renovations will enable community asset to be increased for the council. It's a council-owned project, property, so it'll enable the asset to grow in itself. It'll provide a community asset where people can be, meetings can be used. Its training room facilities is open to all the community efforts. It'll provide life-saving, our children and the members of the life savings with a room that we can train and increase our awards in. It'll provide an elevated position so we can keep a view on the beach. It'll also provide a sanctuary for the wet weather when it comes around and we don't have to sit on the beach anymore. I brought a few slides just to show it's probably a bit easier for you to understand what I want to do. If we can stay, that's our original club at the moment, and we have a sun deck on the side. We want to propose to put the 2 rooms at the back and utilise the area. I've been asked a few questions about the funding and future in regards to the Maroubra Master Plan. The renovations we propose to do will remain in focus with the Master Plan. Any works proposed to the rest of the surf club, this part of the surf club will stay forever. The club itself spent nearly $50,000 on architects and planners to come up, in conjunction with Randwick Council, to come up with a plan that can be utilised along with the proposed Maroubra Master Plan. So it's not money that we're going to throw away willy-nilly. I could, at the end of the day, use the money of the council. If the councillors don't vote the funding, use the money.
Danny. Got the extra minute now.
Okay. But I think, as I said, it's just an investment. It's an investment that the council put in $400,000, and at the end of the day, it'll come out to around $900,000 with additional funding from the clubs and the state government. It's an investment in the property, it's an investment in the Maroubra community, and it's an investment in the lifesavers which patrol the beaches each weekend. I would just like you to take some serious consideration. That's the south elevation of it. You can see what we want to do. Presently, the deck upstairs is just a flat bed of concrete. We intend to bring it out and increase the storage by 140 square metres, which alleviates some of the issues we have with our storage of rescue craft at the moment. It's aesthetically pleasing. We've done work with the council and Kerry, along with the designers, to make sure it fits into future objectives of the beach.
Okay.
That's about
Yep,
it.
that's
Thank
it.
you.
So, any questions for Mr Donoghue? Councillor Nielsen.
Just remind me, please, Mr Donoghue, the various clubs that are going to benefit from this extension. You mentioned them, but can you just repeat it again, please?
Well, there's a lot of community clubs that use the surf club. Any community non-profit for organisation uses the club. The local Maroubra Precinct, East Connect. We have various schools that come in. The lifeguards use our buildings. The only people we charge are people who make profit. So any non-profit organisation gets to utilise the club for free. It's always open to them.
Sure.
You reminded us and can you remind us again, or me, about the extra storage facilities, which clubs they're going to be you're going to be able to assist?
Well, the clubs we're assisting are the whole Randwick beaches, because the storage facility we've now taken care of the jet ski, the support ski 3. So that's housed at our club permanently now. That's taking up about 15 square metres of space, which was ours before. And also the Department of Primary Industries have just come along with a drone program, and we've also taken that as a base operation. And the drone operation will be over all the Randwick district beaches, and as is the support operations group with the jet ski. We patrol from Botany Bay to South Head, so definitely the Randwick beaches.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, now we have NM 60/20, notice of motion from Councillor Veach, pedestrian safety issues in the vicinity of Rainbow Street Public School, and speaking for is Ms Diane Nazarov.
Thank you. I fully support the motion that Council take practical steps to address pedestrian safety in the vicinity of Rainbow Street Public School. I'm a parent of 2 children who attend the school, and I'm extremely worried that there will be a serious accident involving students crossing Sturt Street, Kingsford, which is close to the school. I'm surprised that 3 years after this issue was raised in the local paper, nothing's been done about it. Cheryl Hung was quoted in the Southern Courier in August 2017 as saying someone was going to die if the strip wasn't made safer for pedestrians, and that you could count 40 cars in 30 seconds. In 2017, she said there was a lot of kids that walked to the school through Sturt Street and Patton Street, and it was just so dangerous, there's no crossing for them. This is as the result of the traffic changes to Anzac Parade for the light rail, and more traffic is being funneled onto Sturt Street. Compounding the safety issue is the large width of the street and the lack of pedestrian refuges. Also, cars can't clearly see down Sturt when they're turning from Patton onto Sturt or when they're crossing Sturt, and this is because cars parked on Sturt Street are blocking their view. It's just really hard to safely cross without sprinting or dodging cars. And you're asking children to look 4 ways in crossing a very wide street before and after school, and sometimes cars speed. Patton Street is also used by a lot of Randwick boys and girls high school students to walk to and from Anzac Parade, where they catch a bus home or to school. And the population of Rainbow Street Public School is currently at around 430 students, but it's been recently redeveloped to become more than double to 1,000 students. So there's only going to be more students using these streets to get to and from school. I originally raised my concerns about the intersection with Council more than 2 years ago in February 2018. Council agreed there needed to be a pedestrian crossing at the intersection, and that said that the final crossing design would go to the June 2018 Traffic Committee with anticipated installation in September or October 2018. As you can see on the map, 2 years later, Council wants to locate it to the other side of Patton Street now. That's where the arrow is. Originally it was in the asterisk, but now it's going to where the arrow is. And they're proposing to put that in next year's budget, which means it won't be installed until later next year. But the new location raises another safety issue, because once children cross Sturt Street at the arrow, How can they safely cross busy Patton Street in order to access the Rainbow Street signalised pedestrian crossing, which is where that little loop skinny circle is at the top of Rainbow Street, right near the school? A pedestrian crossing on either side is better than nothing, but the best option is the eastern side, otherwise you will need to build another pedestrian crossing on Patton Street. Unfortunately, this is one of several outstanding pedestrian and traffic-related issues around Rainbow.
We've got the extra minute.
Thank you. Around Rainbow Street Public School. There have been near misses as cars run red lights on Rainbow Street, and there's a big need for another pedestrian crossing further down Sturt Street and another one on Rainbow Street. Council needs to urgently take practical steps to address pedestrian safety in the vicinity of the school, or its inaction risks costing lives. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms Nazaroff? Councillor Beach.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
So has the broader school community, have there been concerns raised at the PNC?
There have.
Or by the school executive about the, I understand there's been a number of reasons for the delays, and there's been Ausgrid works and a number of things like that which have drawn it out, but is this now a matter that's considered to be urgent by the school community?
Yeah, it was raised most recently at the most recent PNC meeting in August, and there was no objection to the, I was updating them about my, latest conversations with council through yourself, and no one said, in fact, a number of parents just said yes, and even more traffic is coming from Rainbow Street down Patton to Sturt since the light rail. But like I said, it's one of several issues around the school. And long time we've been raising the need for a bigger kiss and drop, and I think that's ongoing, as happening in the new DV1 road through the new market behind the school. But we've also tried to get a red light camera or speed camera on Rainbow Street at the pedestrian crossing because of these near misses with parents pushing prams, and it's been on the local Wave community website, parents saying, please cars slow down during school hours, I was recently the secretary of the PNC at the school, and I wrote a letter to the RMS after we removed a motion to take that further. We've just heard nothing. It just is hard to get anything, and there's numerous issues around the school because of the change of the light rail and more students attending that school, and we just can't seem to get a way in.
Councillors, any further questions? No? Thank you, Ms Nazaroff.
Thank you.
So, councillors, rather than have a break, I think we'll just go straight into... NM 63/20, notice of motion from Councillor Nielsen, Clovelly Surf Lifesaving Club First Aid Room. Speaking for is Mr Bryce Wallet. Sorry, Bryce. Could have got off lightly there.
Evening, Mayor. Evening, councillors. On behalf of Clovelly Surf Club, we're really pleased to present a very cost-effective proposal to improve the safety of Clovelly Beach. Next slide, please. In essence, the proposal is to move our current first aid room from the northeast corner to the northwestern corner. In doing so, we will increase our visibility across the whole beach and bay area. We will lower our access for the first aid room so it's flush with the ground, providing disability access. The new patrol room, first aid room, will be wider and larger, enabling effective CPR and other first aids. And we will also have no change to the overall building footprint or any impact upon public access to the foreshore or the bay at all. And then secondly, the proposal is, which has been consulted very well with Randwick Council lifeguards, that their temporary lifeguard box will move slightly to enable them to maximise their supervision with no impact either. Next slide, please. So here we can see the current first aid room. As you can see, it's long and narrow. It's not functional at all. When you have to have a serious first aid or CPR in there, we are fighting over each other. It's obviously also not COVID safe. When we have, from there, the patrol captain can see very well in the bottom corner out to the breakwall, but he or she cannot see it very well out to the bay and to the beach. And most of our rescues and preventative actions are in the shallower area because Clovelly attracts inexperienced swimmers. Only the most experienced and skilled swimmers try to go out beyond the breakwall, and they don't need rescuing. It's the area which is blocked from our vision where there have been serious incidents, and that's where we need to increase our visibility. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is where we're proposing to move it towards. It's currently serving as an office. It's wider. It has maximum visibility. We'll still be able to see the breakwall, but most importantly, we'll be able to see out down to the bay and beach area. We will also still have an outpost where our former spot was. I'm proposing that that lifeguard box, which is temporary, will be moved, and that's fully supported by council staff. Next slide, please. We've put in a DA that's been drawn up. As you can see, we're not changing the footprint. We're increasing windows and visibility, both on the existing patrol room, which become a secondary office, and the new patrol room, which is down on the other side. It's also flush disability access. Next slide, please. The projected costs, and this was developed in conjunction with Randwick Council, is $70,000 we're looking for council to support, and that the other $30,000 cost will be provided by cash and also in kind by Clovelly Surf Club. Next slide, please. Finally, the community benefits. First and foremost, increased beach access, increased beach safety, increased beach visibility and supervision by the volunteer lifeguards. We will have a room which is flush to the floor, remove trip hazards and improve access. It also increases the visibility and enable greater CPR, and once again, no impact at all upon other public amenities or a building footprint. It's a very cost-effective investment to ensure that Clovelly's safety is maximised. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. Is there any questions? Councillor Nielsen.
Just a question of clarification for all of us, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Wild, and that is that the work, if the money fell from the skies tomorrow, theoretically you could start work. However, it wouldn't be advisable to start work right away. Can you just tell us why? It's better for it to start, presumably, at the start of the next swimming season. Is that correct?
Correct. So as of last weekend, our patrol season has started. So we're suggesting that this work starts late April, early May, once the patrol season is finished. So it would have no impact upon current patrol. It also would have no impact upon peak summer access to the area where there may be, through the building work, a slight impact while the works are occurring. So May next year would be the best.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Wild.
Thank you.
So now, councillors, we'll be moving on to CP 39/20, Streets as Shared Spaces and Coogee Bay Road. Do I have a mover?
Yeah, I'll move.
Councillor Andrews, Councillor Roberts, seconder.
Okay.
Would you like to speak on the motion? As seconder, Councillor Roberts, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'll just quickly support this motion. I think it's a fantastic outcome when we think about where we came from. The original situation was a complete street closure, you may recall, and the time was compressed. What I'm really impressed about this proposition tonight is the extensive community consultation and also the pivot to something that's more user-friendly for all. So it's still street access, the parking is still there, you can still drive through in a one-way direction, yet we still get the widened footpaths and the support of local businesses and the support of the local community to use that. And we also get the grant from the state government to fund it. So it's pretty minimum cost for us for such an excellent benefit for the community. So the cost benefit is pretty amazing as well. I note that the community consultation seems to be 75% supportive in the general community. I think that's very important for us to consider that. And with regard to the speaker tonight, I'd just like to remind councillors that the precinct membership is very small compared to the population of East Ward, and so you should consider that when you're just coming to your decisions tonight. So I think at the end of the day, we are in a critical pandemic situation where businesses are doing it tough, people living at home are doing it tough as well, and this is a proposition that our council is putting forward to support our community, to support our businesses, and they've put in a lot of work. So I'd just like to acknowledge Katie and the council staff for an amazing effort they've done in liaising with all the businesses, liaising with the community, and coming to a final arrangement here that I think is proportionate and balanced and would be great benefit to our community. Thank you.
Councillor Matson. Right, but I'll Oh, sorry. So I skipped CO 49/20, the financial statements. Actually, I'll do it now. And I'll come back to that if no one minds. Or do I finish this off? I'll stick with this. I'll finish this off and then I'll come back to the financial statements. Okay. The same mover and Councillor Matson, you have the floor.
Yes, look, I regret my fellow East Ward councillors' comments on the validity of consultation with the Coogee Precinct Committee. The precinct committees are the eminent bodies of this council. Look, I'm fully aware of the history of Coogee Bay Road. I am aware that the precinct committee does represent the people who live around that area and have a daily exposure to changes that might be made. I am sensitive to the understanding that any ramifications may indeed arise from any decision the council makes or takes in terms of expanding footpaths or potential gathering areas. But the position I take, notwithstanding that position that's been championed by the precinct committee so well, we are living in COVID-19 pandemic conditions. Mr. Mayor, you will be the mayor of the council during the coming summer. You will be the one that will have to deal with the responsibility of being the face of the council should we get this wrong and should we be in a situation where we cannot satisfactorily enforce social distancing along that section of Coogee Bay Road. It is inevitable that there will be great pressure on us to keep the beach open. We are working out policies for controlling the distancing on the beaches, on the sand, on the grass. It is also logical that we must face the dilemma that we will have with crowds moving up and down Coogee Bay Road. Unless we put into place some sort of infrastructural acknowledgement, we will be lax as councillors. And as an East Ward councillor, I was the one that called the most strongly for the closing of the beaches at the beginning of the pandemic. As such, I've got to acknowledge that we must also attempt to face the reality that we cannot continually maintain a closed beach or a closed beach business environment for that reason, and I note that it is a 3-month trial. I will reluctantly support this proposal.
Councillor Shuri and then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that the 3-month trial is intended to begin in early November. This is a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer. When will the installation of this street change start, and how long do we think it would take? Is that possible to tell me?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's intended that the project will be in place early November, and it is a 3-month trial, and council officers will be reviewing it on a monthly basis.
I just wondered when you thought how long it would take to install. That was really my question. Sorry. Is that? Can you do that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Approximately a week.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I oppose this particular plan. I can see good points in it. I would be far more supportive if we could continue on with a two-way street, and I would be, traffic that is, and I would be more supportive of the occasional parklet. I'm very concerned that what we're intending to do will not actually achieve the results that we think it will, because unfortunately the road is in fact very narrow. It's actually the continuation, as all of you know, from Belmore Road up in Randwick, and it won't be able to accommodate what it's supposed to be doing. So I do not think that it is something that we should be engaging on, albeit that we're getting some money from the state government. I don't think this is going to serve the residents well, and I think we have to not just think of people who might come in as tourists. I think we have to think of the people who actually live in the area. I'm glad that the proposal that we've got here before us tonight actually includes parking on both sides of the street. I think that's a very, very good idea and very good for the local businesses. I'm not convinced that the plans that we have to put the parklets in at various locations are actually going to be able to work successfully in terms of improving the pedestrian walking by. I think for all that we're going to do to upset everybody, not to speak of the buses as well, I think we should stick with what we've got. We've got enough to cope with without introducing something new for our residents to have to accommodate. And just to pick up on a point of criticism for our consultation, the leaflets were not widely distributed. I know we did put in a lot of effort to distribute the leaflets. However, from what I've been told, not just by Coogee precinct people, but from other residents, they didn't get anything in their letterbox. I know things go astray. I know things don't get delivered when they're supposed to be. However, the notification for the local community was not as successful as it should be. And also another point, at some stage I'm going to be very critical, but not tonight, of the survey that we put out, because in terms of what answer do you want to get, do you want more space along the street? Well, of course you do. I mean, it was totally push polling, and I don't think that it actually allowed people to satisfactorily address what it is that we're planning to do. And I think that if we put up a few more illustrations of what is proposed, it would have been far more helpful for people making a really thoroughly informed question. So, councillors, I don't think this is something that you should be supporting tonight. I think it's something that our council officers have worked hard on. I'm not criticising them, I'm just criticising the fact that in the old days when we had horse and carts, this road was too narrow and we've never made it wider, and I'm not one for wanting to have higher development, so it's not for me to be saying that we should be making our road wider by knocking down buildings and so on. I think we've got to live with the space that we're in, and I think we can all live with leaving it as it is and adjust our behaviour accordingly. So I'm not supporting this particular proposal. And please make sure that if it does pass tonight, that when it comes back for us to be making a decision, it will be actually when we're in the council's in recess, won't it? Have you all thought of that? And I guess that's a question I should throw to the General Manager or to the man in charge of the program, Mr Kyriakou, but Mayor, who should I address the question to? When will the matter come to council for the decision as to whether it should be an ongoing program?
I'll put that to the GM actually.
Through you, Mr Mayor, given it is a 3-month trial and that it starts in early November, we should have some preliminary results as to its success by the December council meeting. So we will be able to bring back a progress report Should council need to call an extraordinary meeting to make a final decision in January, that would be a matter for council.
Well, that's another problem, if I may raise it, in that it's not user-friendly. A lot of us do go away for Christmas, if we're able to. And also, it's not fair to our residents to be making a decision like that. I think the decision has to be made in December as to whether we continue on with the trial for another month or not another month. And also too, I think we have to, if we're going to continue on, we have to be very sure that we are thoroughly surveying the residents and the shop businesses down there, but most importantly, the residents who live around there and are living through what's supposed to be a wonderful vision of progress, but it could be in fact an absolute trial. And if we're going to be continuing this, we have to make sure, thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton, I'm glad you're busy. We have to make sure that we have thoroughly surveyed our residents. Thank you.
I've got to go to the amendment first. I was coming to you, Councillor de Rocha, but I'll go to the amendment first. Is there an amendment?
Sorry,
yeah.
sorry,
yeah.
yes. So
no, I was going to say, I was about to go to Councillor de Rocha, but I'll go to you with the amendment first.
Look, I'd ask the movers of the motion to accept, as I understand it, the point put by Councillor Nielsen that she would prefer to have this matter, notwithstanding that it is a 3-month trial, that we get an immediate report back to the, is it the December meeting, or I don't think we've got have we got a meeting in December? To the subsequent council meeting after the commencement of the trial on how the first month or weeks of the project is working out. So not that we reconsider the matter or that we try and circumvent the 3-month period of the trial, but that the councillors get immediate feedback at the next council meeting after the start of the project.
Through Mr Mayor, with your indulgence, Councillor Matson, can I suggest that we refer to the December council meeting, because the next subsequent meeting would be the November meeting, which would not be enough time.
Is there a seconder for that?
Before I put it for a seconder, can Councillor Andrews, do you accept that as point C? If it's no? A seconder? Okay.
It's just to receive a status report.
Completely, yes.
That's right.
Does that make the amendment redundant or out of order? No? Well, Councillor, it's just going to be happening. It's not going to...
Yeah, so we'll accept that as point C. Rocha.
Councillors, I just want to sort of remind us that the last time that this report came to us, a lot of us were a little bit, we were questioning about the amount of consultation or the lack of, or there were a lot of things that were being said. Now council has come forth and presented this great report, very comprehensive, and has engaged with the people. I listened to Miss Rona Wade, and I listened to Mr. Peter Mavromatis, and I see the two different levels of passion that came out of it. Councillors, working in an operational level elsewhere in local government and being a councillor here, I can honestly just say to you that at the moment, this pandemic has hit us very, very hard. What this report has done, I commend Katie and Kerry and everyone involved in putting this together, because the amount of pressure that our small businesses have been under has been horrific. The residents, yes, they've been under so much pressure as well, with anxiety levels over the top. I see that and I hear that every day. People want to come out and they want to be able to go to a controlled environment and sit down maybe with their friends and have lunch, have dinner, or what have you. This report you know, when you read the conclusion, it clearly states what councillors, you know, the stuff that councillors looked at in regards to social distancing and everything else that, you know, that's on there. If you read the report, it sort of speaks for itself. I'm not going to regret voting for this report and commending council for what they've done. I'm going to be proud that we are looking at the residents. We are trying to maintain social distances and all the coronavirus requirements that come with it. We are looking at $100,000 that's being contributed to this to try and let small business not just think that, you know, the Coogee Bay hotels or all these other businesses are getting, you know, the little bits that they could be making, you know, and being monitored by the restaurant owners, etc. I just think that, again, this is a very good report. I think not voting for this, we will look back as councillors and we'll say to ourselves, were we worried about votes or were we worried about our communities and the people?
Thank you, Councillor Rocha. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you.
It's a question for... Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I fully support this as well. We've come around the buoy a couple of times with new ideas. We're trying to come up with ways to inject some stimulus into the economy through our small businesses, try to help them out. We just need to vote something like this through. It is only a trial. We're not talking about repaving sections of the road, ripping up anything, causing major disruption. We're just talking about trialling out a period of time to help those businesses get back on their feet a little bit more. The argument that it's difficult walking down the road, navigating people standing out on the footpath as they mingle and wait for their coffees, that's coronavirus social distancing. So the fact that they can't stand inside the shop, mingle around inside the shop, and maybe even you know, do a little bit of window shopping and extra purchases is hurting the businesses as well. The fact that they have to stand outside and they can't mingle, as I said, and continue to shop means that the businesses are relying on more foot traffic, more pedestrians roaming up and down the road. There's always going to be times when you can't walk freely without dodging a bike, a person, a dog, a baby. It's just our society. It's just Coogee. You've got to accept that that's the way it is. People want to be down there. Locals want to spend time down at Coogee Bay on the road, spread out as much as they possibly can and frequenting the shops that have been there for them as well. Because the thing that I don't believe everybody realises is for every shop that has survived this, it's because they've provided a great service to us and we have helped them out. So we continue to help them out. As a council, we need to continue to help them out because they are doing something for us. They're staying there, they're hanging in there. Some of them have gone down to bare bones, but they've still held on because they love what they do. We don't want to forget that either. People don't go into business because they hate customers and they hate having to serve people. They go into business because they love it. They love serving customers. They love seeing a smile on people's face. They love serving up little mini baby chinos with marshmallows stuck on top. That kind of thing puts a buzz in everyone's step for the day. So let's just take away this whole horse and carts going down the road thing and think about the joy that it brings to people to be outside, not stuck inside. We've spent our months stuck inside. I work from home every single day, so I love coming here every month on a Tuesday night just to get out and see people because it's the truth. Stuck inside is not fun. So let's give everyone enough space, enough time, and those businesses the opportunity to get back on their feet and vote this through.
Thank you, Councillor Amber. Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too will be supporting this motion. Look, I recall going to Coogee, I go there quite a bit, but I do recall going there at the height of the pandemic restrictions. I think it was back during the Easter holidays earlier this year, and Coogee Bay Road was heaving. It was, I was so relieved that council had taken that work to widen the footpaths in the previous months. Because even with those, there were so many people. People had gone down to the beach. They were trying to do the right thing. Said, you know, they'd been asked, requested, go and have your swim, but don't linger on the beach. So what people were doing was coming back to Coogee Bay Road, at least on the occasion, and I'm not an East Ward councillor, I respect the views of the East Ward councillors, And people were coming up to Coogee Bay Road with their kids, and they're all queuing up to get an ice cream or a smoothie or a juice or whatever it was. And it was so busy. At least we had those widened footpaths. I know it had caused some difficulties, but it was a relief to have that. But people are going to be going there, whether we like it or not. People are going to be patronising those businesses. They're going to be heading up there after they've gone to the beach. It's possible that those types of restrictions may come into effect. If it's very busy, people will be asked, you know, to leave the beach or only stay for a minimal amount of time. We don't know quite how it's all going to pan out. And in all likelihood, people are then going to wander up to grab an ice cream or a bite to eat or something cool to drink. We have to make that space for those patrons to be able to maintain a safe distance, because I think they're just going to go there anyway, in all honesty. So that every little bit we can do just to make that safer. Councils all across Sydney and New South Wales are having to take similar measures in widening footpaths or having bike paths or whatever it is to try and respond and keep people safe. And I think it is a trial. If it doesn't work out, we'll get a bit of an update report in December. I don't think it's going to be early. It's going to be too early probably to gauge, because the school holidays won't have yet started. So I don't know how indicative it is going to be of how things are going to pan out, but it will be good to get that initial report. And yeah, I support the report.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor. I gather when I read the report, there are 370 responses, and one of the first questions you were asked was, are you a business person or are you a resident? So through you to the appropriate officer, what's the division, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the exact split between the people identified as business or residents, but I do know that in the 370 survey participants, 97% indicated they live in the area.
Actually, I think the GM might have the split.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I did check with Ms Anderson when the question was raised before. Of those respondents, only 2 people ticked the business box.
Any further questions? So, Councillor,
I do have a question, sorry. Where do the bikes go? I know we've got increased bike racks, but is there a bike path?
Is it a scary arc?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The location of bike storage and the like will be detailed shortly when we finalise the plan for it.
But, excuse me, the main question was, because I know they put in the bike racks, but is there a bike path anywhere through it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's no separate bike path going through, but the original proposal, as you recall, did provide for that, where there was no parking lane.
Andrews, I'll get you to just wrap it up.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've heard a number of councillors speak on this matter tonight. Look, I'm confident, not like Councillor Nielsen, that this is a great proposal for Coogee Bay Road. I wasn't too happy with the first proposal for a street closure, but I think this one's got the right balance. It's worked in other areas of Sydney, and I'm quite confident it's going to bring success down to the local businesses of Coogee Bay Road. So I will be supporting the recommendation, and I look forward to the report coming back to council, but I think it's a win-win situation for our community and for our local businesses down in Coogee.
So, councillors, I will put it. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I'll call a division. Please raise your right arm if you're in favour. So, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Shuri, Councillor Veach, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Singh, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Matson, Councillor Roberts, Councillor De Rocha, Councillor De Souza and the Mayor. Those against, Councillor Nielsen. I declare that carried. So councillors, now I'll go back to CO 49/20, the 2019 to 2000 financial statement. Can I have a mover? Councillor Matson as the mover and Councillor Andrews as the seconder. Oh, sorry. Councillor Andrews moved it and Councillor, would you wish to speak on the financial statements?
Mr Mayor, I think these reports speak for themselves. Once again, I congratulate council staff and council auditors for their work. You know, they're quite easy to read and interpret, and I put the recommendation to council.
Councillor Matson.
Enjoy. Look, yeah, it's important that we take these matters quite seriously. Sometimes we breeze through these things and that might be a bit insulting to the financial staff. That is not the intent of the councillors. Rather, it is a statement of our confidence.
Councillor Singh, would you like to speak? Oh, no, I thought you put your hand up. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a question. Page 118, we are informed that out of the net operating result of 23.241 million is inclusive of 15.624 million of assets, and I presume enhanced assets as a result of the light rail project that has been transferred back to council. Have these 600 individual assets been independently valued? How did we come to this amount of $15.624 million? Because without these, our operating surplus would be something around the region of $8 million.
Mr. Byrne, do you need a mic? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The valuation assessment based on that was done internally through our engineers, looking at the asset valuation criteria that they apply, looking at all the different unit segments. There was about 600 different individual asset components that made up that $15 million in total value. So it was done internally. They only came back onto our books in June at the end of the financial year. So that'll get picked up the next time we do a revaluation of those assets and get an independent valuation. But for the purpose of putting on the financial statements, it was done through our own internal methodologies.
Any further questions? Councillor Singh? Yep. You might have to stay there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I trust the valuation of our engineers and our Chief Financial Officer.
Councillor Matson?
Just quickly on page 119, under the asset performance measure boxes, I note that there is a cross next to the building and infrastructure renewal ratio. Is that a matter that we should be paying any particular significance to? I note that the actual was 66.09 and somehow it's supposed to be greater than 100%. I'm not quite sure about that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the asset renewal ratio, whilst we would like to have that figure at 100% each year, the asset, construction pipeline can be lumpy in some years, and what you will see is a trend over time. So if you look at the last 3 years of asset renewal ratio together with our asset renewal ratio for the coming year, you will see on average we're well above the 100%.
Any further questions? So now we'll move on to CS 44/20, Maroubra Surf Lives and Club.
Mr. Mayor, move it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Luskford has moved it. Do I have a seconder?
Central Ward. Central Ward.
Councillor Singh, are you a seconder?
I'm not first, no. Central
The
Ward.
Luxford as mover, would you like to speak?
Central Ward. Okay, it's all right.
No, she announced her pecuniary interests. Go ahead, Councillor Luxford. You're the mover.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I would like to move...
Sorry, Councillor Luxford. You're right, quite right, Councillor Sherry. We haven't voted on the financial statements.
Oh.
Sorry. So, I just love the finance. I just think everyone just loves it, so we're just moving on. So, all those in favour of the financial statement say aye. Aye. Against? I declare that carried. Councillor Luxford, sorry, you have the call.
Are you sure now? Okay, I would like to move option 2 of the report that we support Maroubra Surf Club in their upgrade of the facility. Maroubra Surf Club, yeah, so I want to move option 2.
Councillor Singh, do you want to speak?
Oh,
yeah. We're on Maroubra. Yes.
Yep.
In seconding the motion, which is option 2, Mr. Mayor, firstly, I'd like to thank the club president, Mr. Danny Donahue, for his courtesy calls to myself and other councillors, and also to thank him as well for his very comprehensive letter to the general manager, which has provided a lot of information. Mr. Mayor, the club has come to us because, as mentioned here in Mr. Donahue's letter, they were unsuccessful. They were unsuccessful in getting financial assistance from New South Wales Surf Club Facilities Grant Program. Now, Mr. Donahue, I endorse your statement here that Maroubra SLSC has always had a strong relationship with Randwick Council. That's because, Mr. Donahue, the club, and indeed all the other 3 clubs in our city, have done a marvellous job in providing community services to us, and we appreciate it very much. Mr. Mayor, the amount of $400,000, I know is a big amount, and especially during this time of a pandemic. However, if we look at the merit of this request, it deserves support. Also, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to highlight on page 85, among the 4 surf clubs in our city, the Maroubra Surf Club has received the least funding in the last 10 years. At the top of the table, we've got a Coogee Surf Club, which has received $3.6 million during the last 10 years, compared to the Maroubra Surf Club, which has received only $1.3 million. Needless to say, this is a bit unequitable. No, it's not a reflection of council. What I'm trying to say, Councillor Madsen, is that given this information before us, I think it is unfair, unwise, and I would imagine unlikely my fellow councillors will reject this very reasonable request, which is, after all, to address many issues, including extensive concrete cancer, water penetration issues, and issues with vermin. Terrible to hear about that. Furthermore, as we can see from the letter from Mr. Donahue there, the club has done a lot of fundraising events, and the club has done a lot of community events to support the community, and in particular, in this instance, they need a bigger storage area, and this $400,000 will come in handy to help them with stage 1 of the upgrade. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I commend this particular report in regards, in particular, the recommendation as moved by Councillor Luxford. In particular, I'd like to commend the strategic approach taken by the club in actually approaching stage 1 of the upgrade. I'm aware of the fact that the club, from the beginning, in particular this current Board of Management, have engaged quite extensively with council staff in making sure that any future vision for the club is consistent with council's intended future view and the maintenance of this particular council asset. I'd also like to note the fact that council took on the risk of independently engaging an architect in order to facilitate the new plans, as well as the awareness that they've taken in the fact and the prudence that they've taken in regards to securing external funding sources in regards to this upgrade. I think it's quite astounding that a volunteer organisation has managed to secure more than 50% of funding from an external source, whether it be from self-funding from the SEALS Club, or for this matter from the state government, before they actually came to the owner of the asset, which was council. I think that shows the maturity of an organisation in how it really takes its obligations very seriously, but is very thankful and cautious of pulling on the ratepayers purse in this regard. So I think that shows great strategic approach on behalf of the club, and I think that the correspondence as described really hits on all of the key points. The Surf Club building is fundamentally, first and foremost, a council asset. We, at the end of the line, are responsible for maintaining it, and these potential upgrades are ultimately adding value to our asset, which they hold and manage. I'd also like to point out, as Councillor Singh did, the history of limited expenditure on the club from council. You look at the other expenditure on other clubs, all very necessary and very needy, but I think it quite clearly outlines the fact that this is well overdue in this. I've touched on the fact that it is consistent with the master plan, and I would further remind councillors that were we not to support the recommendation as moved by Councillor Luxford, it would require the hand back of a significantly sized grant back to the state government in regards to that. So as a result, I commend the report and I commend the hard work of the club in progressing this matter so far.
Thank you. I've just got a question for Councillor Roberts first.
Yeah, just a question. Are recipients of grants, I assume they are they required to display that council provided grant funding for this project? I assume they'll be required to put a New South Wales government thing up. Does council do that as well? Or will the only sign be that project be a New South Wales government sign? That's my question.
I'll put that through to
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst I'm not completely aware of the full details of the grant applications, I don't believe there was a contribution at the time of grant required to be committed from council.
I suppose I just ask now that council is recognised in its capacity that it funded $400,000 worth. Thank you.
Can you just repeat that? Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, that's not a question, it's just a request that during the construction phase that council be recognised as contributing funding towards it as well. Okay, if I can move an amendment if the move is okay.
Could you just repeat that suggestion, please?
That council be recognised as contributing towards the funding of the project in a public manner. I'm happy to take advice on the wording. Yeah, it just acknowledges that the project received funding from both the state government and the council.
Talk to you. I guess so, but I mean, it's our building anyway, so, but yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I congratulate the leadership team of Mr. Donoghue and Mr. Harper, who are also here tonight, representing Maroubra Surf Club, because I have to say this club's gone from strength to strength under the leadership of Mr. Donoghue and Mr. Harper since they've taken over this club. And it was, I think, this council that moved the River Beach Master Plan earlier this year, which I thought was the start of bigger and better things for River Beach Promenade. But tonight we've got before us a proposal from the Surf Club which is going to contribute to the master plan, future master plan for River Beach, and I commend the Surf Club for putting this proposal together and presenting it to council. I'm more than happy to support River Surf Club. I think they are in a need, desperate need of a renovation, and I think this new wing of the building is the start of a bigger and better and stronger club for River Surf Club. So I think it's a win for our community, and I commend the leadership of River Surf Club once again for coming up with this proposal, which this council should support.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I know Danny, I know Bryce, and I know the mighty Matt Harper. So I should be declaring a pecuniary interest, so it might be thought insignificant. But knowing someone shouldn't force you to do that. But what I declare is a human interest, because what nobler act can you be involved in than saving lives? And that's what this club does on a regular basis. We honour our Anzacs and other volunteers, and we celebrate them because they made sacrifices. They were willing to give up their lives for the benefit of others. And that's what the lifesavers do on a regular basis. They go out there to save lives. Now, they've come to us today, cap in hand, and they don't do that very often. That was pointed out by Councillor Singh and others. They're a deserving group, good people, deserving of this funding. It is important for them to move on this matter, because as been pointed, Mr. Donoghue did make some phone calls, and he made a lot of us aware that if they don't move on this particular project, there's a chance their funding may be lost. So let's do the right thing by our community. We talk about that sense of community. That's exactly what the Life Saving Club does. When I was asked as I walked in, was I going to quote someone? Well, I'll just quote my old school song, because surf life saving helps build communities and helps build team spirit. And what I was taught as a young man was, when upon the football field we strive and struggle and tumble, not an inch of ground we yield, so no one has time to crumble. No matter if we lose the match or from the defeat a victory snatch, it's the game that counts. It's only the game that counts. I could go on and on it, but the fact is the Surf Life Saving Club is part of the Australian cultural life. It's part of our summer, and Maroubra is one of the oldest clubs in surf life saving history. I was at the 100th anniversary. And in saying that, I hope we all support it, but it should be a unanimous vote. They're a deserving club and a deserving community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillor De Rocha.
I also want to commend Mr. Donoghue and Mr. Harper and his whole team, going from management right up to all the volunteers and everyone that that's involved in every week during the summer periods, getting all the people together, all the families together on the beach, and getting so many people involved in surf life saving. So many people look at the big heroes in certain clubs, and then you get the silent ones like Mr. Donoghue, who doesn't really reach out that much and ask for much at all, except he just thanks people all the time for the involvement that they do and for volunteering their time, etc. When I got a call the other day from Mr. Donoghue, just asking that he hopes that we consider support, I just felt honoured, that I could stand here and say that all the people that I've known with their kids and everyone that's been involved with his, with his group, everyone just feels that a lot of times it's not just been something that you turn up every Sunday. It's almost been like a lifesaver in the sense that they belong to something special. So I commend this report and you guys coming out here speaking. And I hope you get the money.
Any further speakers? So councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Those against, I declare that carried. Unanimously. Thank you guys for coming. So now we move on to NM 60/20, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, pedestrian safety issues in the vicinity of Rainbow Street Public School. Councillor Leitch, you're moving it, so do I have a seconder? Councillor Andrews.
Sorry. Councillors, I think our speaker, Ms Nazarov, spoke very eloquently about the need to urgently revisit spending on this crossing. I'll note that it has been to the Traffic Committee on a number of occasions over the last couple of years, and there's just been a number of issues, Ausgrid works, different amendments and things that have come in, different technical assessments that have led to delays in what was an already approved pedestrian crossing. But having been invited down there by Diane, I was really very, very concerned that leaving this until the following financial year could impose a very serious risk. Sturt Street is just, it has extremely heavy traffic. There's a crossing further up near Avoca Street, but children and their parents are simply having to run the gauntlet on this extremely busy road. There are a number of other issues relating to crossings on Patton and on Rainbow Street, and issues around the school kiss and go that also merit further discussions. And so this is simply asking in a normal view that council staff go and have a meeting with members of the PNC and school executive and discuss the various issues, and that the general manager looks to see if there is scope to include this in the current budget, if there are savings that can be made. It is not an astronomical sum. I understand it's in the realm of around $100,000, but I don't think that's too high for us to pay for the safety of the young school students. It's unfortunate that even older students are probably still having to be accompanied by their parents to go to school because the road is just so busy. So, as I said, it's been to the Traffic Committee. There have been reasons for delays, but I don't believe we can delay any further, and I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Andrews is the seconder, and then I'll go to the questions. Do you wish to speak?
I totally support the Deputy Mayor on this one. Children's safety is the most important thing, and I commend her motion, and I'm happy to second it.
Councillor Luxford, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm totally in support. My question just being that there's already a crossing with traffic lights there on Rainbow Street, and I saw in the diagram there was like a little loopy thing, and they were saying Rainbow Street being an issue. So what would happen to those traffic lights? Like, are they happy with those traffic lights being there that's already existing, and we're only talking about Sturt Street and Payton?
Councillor Veitch, I think you could answer that, yeah.
Look, the background is largely about Sturt Street, but the actual motion is quite general I don't believe, perhaps Ms Nazarov can answer, that anyone is seeking to change the existing traffic lights on Rainbow at all. I don't believe, no. The motion itself is quite general in allowing the school community to discuss the various issues. So I don't think we're looking to remove any existing traffic lights. But I do confess it may have led to some confusion, as the background did largely refer to Sturt Street, because that was probably what I personally found the most alarming. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Roberts, you had a question as well.
Yeah, just a question. There's going to be a bike track on Sturt Street at some point in the future, and I think that involves a set of lights, maybe on the corner of Botany and Sturt, I can't really remember, and also corner of Sturt and Avoca. So my question is, when will that happen, and is that sort of, will that be a crossing opportunity in the future?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct. There is a bike path running along Sturt to that Avoca and Sturt intersection. Some of the delay that has been experienced on this project is a result of the design consideration of the bike path. There is no financial commitment. Those bike paths are primarily funded from state government funding. Council has committed to the route, but we don't have Transport for New South Wales funding for that particular section yet.
Okay, noting there's no timeline for any works at this stage, and noting the wording of the motion is very well written, I think, in terms of it doesn't impose anything on the staff explicitly. So I think that's good. It asks for a meeting. It asks any further recommendations be brought to Traffic Committee for their consideration, and then if it keeps going through, then the GM would be asked to investigate ways to find savings to maybe bring it forward. So I actually agree that Sturt Street is an issue. I use it myself as a rat run when I'm trying to go to Anzac Parade to avoid Rainbow Street. I'm sorry, I'm busted. So I go there. Yep, I go along Sturt Street, and lots of other people do as well. It's becoming one of the alternative east-west routes, and so I agree it is an issue, and we'll see how if it gets passed. We'll see what the further meetings bring.
Any further comments? So, councillors, I'll put it then. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried unanimously. So we move on to NM 63/20. Notice of motion from Councillor Nielsen. Clovelly Lifesaving Club First Aid Room. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shuri.
Thanks, councillors. I think our speaker today spoke very well, and the illustrations that he used to demonstrate what's proposed to be done gave us a very clear idea of what's actually involved in this. And I would say that we've been talking about the life-saving clubs as a win-win. Well, this is definitely, and I already thought of this in my little head, wrote it down. This is a win-win-win project, a win for the Clovelly Surf Lifesaving Club. That is, if you agree with this motion, which of course I'm assuming you will, because you're all good people. It'll be a win for our council lifeguards and a win for the community. So I urge you all to support this worthy project, and wouldn't it be great to see it finished and ready for the start of next year's swimming season? So please support this very worthy motion.
Councillor Shuri, a seconder.
I reserve my right. I think it was a great proposal.
Anyone else would like to speak? So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Those against? I declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, I think actually this time I will take a break tonight, so because I've got to go. So the 10-minute break, and please be back by 5 to 8. Thank you. So, councillors, I'll reopen the meeting at 8:05 p.m. Walk of shame. So thank you, councillors. I'll deal with the mayoral minutes. Now, I just need to, MM 26/20, I just have to emphasise that in your business papers you do have the list of principles that are part of the principles to the sustainable economic recovery, but that hasn't actually come out yet, so they're actually confidential, so they won't be recorded in the minutes. They asked us to announce them and then they rang up today and said, don't announce them. So they are in the business paper, so you will know what they are, so you can vote on it, but we ask you not to present that out to the public, please. So if there's no further discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Oh, sorry. Oh, do you want to speak on it? Oh, you can't because you're not allowed to mention the principles. So MM 27/20, you should find that on your desk, which is that council used the Prince Henry Centre car park for a temporary stage and lighting installation as part of the We Make Events Light It Red campaign, which is tomorrow night again. This is confidential as well, to be COVID safe. You can read what's happening there, the background. The event is to, there's no financial implication, and it's endorsed by council, arts and culture sector and the nighttime economy. So all those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. So now we move, any urgent business? No. Okay, so we move on to in seriatim. So I'll read them out. If there's any challenges, please let me know.
Challenge.
So CP 33/20. Challenge. Councillor Parker.
You can challenge. You can go if you want.
CP 34/20. Councillor Roberts. CP 35/20. No challenge. CP 36/20. No challenge. Oh, who was that? Was that Councillor Shura? Yeah. CP 37/20. No challenge. CS 41/20. No challenge. CS 42/20. Councillor Shuri. CS 43/20. Councillor Parker. CO 46/20. No challenge. CO 47/20. Yeah, so I'll do the challenge as Councillor Shuri. CO 48/20. No challenge. CO 50/20. No challenge.
So, Mr Mayor, yes, I challenged.
On the last one?
CS, CO 50/20.
Move the unchallenged items. Councillor Andrews. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Luxford. So the first one we have is CP 33. Petition for which? CP 33/20. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Hold on, I'll just pull up the relevant paper. Thank you. Look, I commend the report to the council. I note that this was one of the outcomes from the nighttime economy strategy. I do have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the relevant officer. It just relates to the 8 p.m. closure time. It is very early. I'm not proposing to vary that, but I'd just like to get some background as to the identification of 8 p.m. and whether or not there will be any consideration of
moving that conclusion time later in the evening in a subsequent review.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The APM seemed to work with the businesses and the nature of the times that people in the community are spending in that evening time around the open spaces. Certainly, as the trial proceeds, we'll look at demand and determine whether there may need be an extension to that sort of time frame.
Actually, do I have a seconder too, by the way? Councillor Luxford. As a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm broadly satisfied with that as an answer, and all I would just kindly ask is, in conducting that review, especially in the summer months, the sun is still up at 8 o'clock, and so many people will still be out and about well in excess past 8 p.m. But I'm happy to leave that as a matter for the review and for consideration at a later date. Thank you. I commend the report to the Council.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I commend this report, and I am totally in favour of the food trucks within our city. City of Sydney successfully has a food truck program, and they also have an app where you can find the food trucks that are around. So, food trucks are really popular, and people enjoy just that, being able to go down. But I do have a question. Will we, through to the relevant officer, will we be reaching out to food trucks that are not just from our area? Because food trucks have become a little bit of a cult thing, I don't know, and some of these food trucks have great followings, some of them are very theatrical, some of them have really great food, apart from the theatrics. So will we be reaching out to other, not just keeping it to local food trucks, but to the food truck community in general?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this stage, the trial is only for local food trucks, but certainly, depending on the success of the program, we can look at expanding that to a wider range of food trucks in the future.
Yeah, I think that. Sorry, Councillor Luxford. Jean wants us.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just clarify? Within the report, we do talk to inviting other food trucks from out of the area, just to, I guess, fill gaps and provide a little bit of diversity in the food choice. But just noting that the primary intention was to support local food trucks.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, just another question. When we had the food truck weekend last weekend at Heffron, I was advised that one of the food trucks didn't turn up, and there was a bit of angst. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apparently, they left early.
Yeah, no, I just know that some people went down specifically and it wasn't there. Okay, so that's fine. I am happy to support. Sorry, one other thing to be a pain. I note here that there are locations that have been recommended, and I note that Kensington Oval is one of them, which I'm really happy about, but it's actually in Kingsford. So can we extend, and find an area further up from Kingsford so that the whole of the city is included?
Councillor De Rocha.
I commend the report. I think it's a great initiative. I also like the 8 o'clock time period that's on there, because unlike restaurants and other places, food trucks, as good as they are, and I love them, and I just love the feeling of just going for a drive and sitting there and at a local park and doing whatever. Anything after that, you could attract carhoons or any other people for the wrong ideas and the wrong purpose. So I think the report is spot on, and I also believe that keeping it within locals of Randwick City, and then if we can't get enough reaching out beyond that, I think it's the right thing to do, especially when we're trying to help our small business.
Andrews?
Just a question, Mr Mayor, to the relevant council officer. Has there been any complaints from local businesses or local business in relation to this food truck fitting? Has it taken away business from our local businesses at all? 'Cause
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The locations have been specifically provided for so they do not conflict with local businesses in neighbouring neighbourhood centres. At this stage we haven't received any complaints as such.
Any further speakers? So I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Those against? I declare that carried unanimously. CP 34/20, appointment of the Randwick Local Planning Panel 2021. Councillor Roberts. Do I have a seconder? Are you moving as per paper or?
Well, we actually have to choose in this particular matter. We have to choose A or B and C, I believe. Is that correct? Sorry? So, councillors, I'm moving B and C.
Yep. I'll go to the foreshadowing
Okay, so
it.
there's a foreshadow A. Yep. Okay, so.
Shadowed amendments, you can directly move the amendment.
Well, I don't think you can directly move an amendment. It's the exact opposite.
Well, no, you have a motion. She can move an amendment to whatever she's planning to move. I don't know what.
Okay. Well, until I hear anything like that, I'll continue talking. So, councillors, I think this planning panel is a vexed issue. We're conflicted as councillors. Sometimes we feel that this should be a matter for council to determine and take care of, and other times we think this should be dealt with by independent planning staff, and then with an independent panel comprising experts and community members. I think on two grounds I think we should move B and C. The first ground is it's in the interest of good governance that we have a rotation of people. So I think it's been 3 years. So I'll just put a question to staff. Can I confirm it's been a 3-year term that this current panel has been in place? And if we move A tonight, it'll be another 3 years.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we're going into the third year. So by March 2021, we need to have either the panel extended for another 3 years or select a new panel. That's right.
So I think in the interest of turning things over, governments have terms. I think the panel should have a term as well. So basically, based on that, I move B and C, that we refresh it and we move forward with the panel. And the other issue is, I have a personal issue with some of the panel's findings, but we all have personal issues with the panel's findings, so I won't get into that. But based on that point that I just said, it's important that we rotate. It's good for good governance, and it's good, and that will result in a good outcome for the community.
Councillor Hamilton, a seconder.
I'll reserve my right only to say that I concur the 3-year term's fine. I also, I'm not reserving my right now, but I also do hear from residents that they're unhappy with the decisions that are made. But we need to reflect back on a time when I only had a very small window of actually dealing with DAs as a councillor, but they were highly contentious. They resulted in a lot of work, and so the fact that people are not happy with the current process, I can tell you they weren't really happy with the other process. So we're not going to find one particular system or process that will suit everyone, and so we just need to monitor as much as we can, I guess, as a council and do all we can to ensure that the right people are selected for the panels. And that's it. Thanks.
So, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor. I've sent the proposed amendment to Mr Kelly. If he could put it up. So I'm moving point A as it is to reappoint the existing expert members and community representatives for a new 3-year term from March 2021. And the reason I'm saying that is so this is point 1.
Sorry, I've just got to... Do you have an answer to that? Yeah? Because it's a planning issue. Councillor Roberts, can I just get you to repeat the question again, just so we know? The point of order. Sorry, Councillor Parker, I can't hear you because I've got this.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, I agree it would be a negative, and can I suggest that it wouldn't be an amendment?
I'm speaking in opposition to the motion that's been put forward. Am I entitled to do that now, please?
Yep.
Through you, Mr Mayor, can I just clarify that, Councillor, you may foreshadow a motion in the event that the current motion is lost, and yes, you are able to speak against.
Okay, well maybe I should just, I'm foreshadowing that I'm going to move an alternate motion should this particular proposal fail, but if you would like I could make my feelings, express my feelings in relation to what has been proposed currently, and that is that I actually think that we are well served by, well, I would want planning matters returned to council, that's my ideal position. However, we're dealing with what the cards that we have in our hand. I think that we have got a very good number of panel members. I think they understand the way that Randwick planning laws operate and so on. They've been working well together as a team. So I think that in fact we should continue on with them. And don't forget that we are actually perhaps coming up with some other new planning proposals, quite important planning proposals that mean certain changes. I think the more engaged the panel members are with knowledge of what our current planning models are and regulations are and so on, they will be better able to interpret and plan for going further. So I think it's very important that we keep the existing members. Of course, we don't know whether they're going to accept the reappointment, and then we're stuck with some other problems, and that's why I think that what I'm going to be putting forward, and hopefully this proposal that you have put forward will not be carried, because I think I'm going to put forward a better option for us carrying forward. Would you like me to mention the other matters, or am I just sticking with this one point? Okay.
Motion first, please.
Point of order. Could we hear your foreshadowed motion? I think that will be important for us to decide whether to support the existing motion or not. It's just a foreshadowed. Councillor Nielsen is allowed to do that.
We can hear from you, Councillor Nielsen, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Just state what it's implying.
Oh, okay.
Differently
Well,
to the
basically, what I'm proposing that we carry on with, Councillor Singh and other members, councillors here, is that we continue on with our existing panel members, and that includes the community reps, should they want to continue on. And then the other thing we should be then preparing, if some expert members do not want to continue on, then we go about appointing replacements for them and so on. So that's basically what I'm putting forward as an alternate. So if I'm allowed to speak to what I'm proposing, I think I'm covering all scenarios, but the most important scenario, I guess, is that I'm proposing staying with the current members should they want to continue on.
Councillor Matson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I noticed that the councillor has essentially amalgamated the two options, which I think is an interesting approach. I do like the foreshadowed approach that Councillor Nielsen is putting to us. It enables us to keep the body of corporate knowledge that the members of the committee have built up over the last 3 years. I think that would be a step backwards if we just lost some of that when we don't actually need to lose it. I think what Councillor Nielsen is proposing is flexibility. I quite like the way she's coming at it.
So, councillors, anyone would wish to speak on the original motion? Councillor Andrews.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I support Councillor Roberts' motion. I think it is time to renew this committee. In particular, I'd like to see some fresh faces from the community on this committee. You know, some of the decisions which this committee has made are not representative of what the community wants, and I would like to see greater community representation, and on that basis I feel that we should put forward vacancies and reapply and have people reapply for these positions.
Any further discussion? So I'll put the motion if there's no further. Councillor Robert.
Thank you for allowing me to finish. Yep. So in wrapping, I'd just like to mention that Councillor Nielsen said we need the existing members because they're engaged. Well, that's an insult to any potential new members of this panel. They will be supremely engaged, and they wouldn't be otherwise. They wouldn't have applied for the role. So that is plainly an invalid point. I'd just like to restate the importance of refreshing and renewing a panel. And if we don't do this tonight, we're going to give them a 6-year term, and that's even longer than the longest terms of most governments around the world. So 6 years is too long. 3 years is reasonable. There will be no issues of a loss of corporate knowledge, Councillor Matson said. They're either experts or they're community members who are engaged with their community, and that's exactly what we want. Thank you.
So, councillors, I'm putting the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? No. I declare that lost.
Have a division then, just to be sure.
I'll call a division. All those for, please raise your right hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Roberts and Councillor Andrews. Those against? Sorry, can I, Mr Kelly, can you put Councillor Singh as a for? And no, those against, Councillor Shuri, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veach, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Matson, Councillor De Rocha and Councillor De Souza and the Mayor. So we move on to the foreshadowed motion. Do you wish to speak on it again, Councillor Nielsen? And Councillor Shuri has seconded the motion.
Just very briefly, thanks, Mayor and councillors. I think the idea of a 6-year term, it's not as though they're meeting every week. Because we have a panel, sometimes they mightn't be coming for 3 months, so panel members. So they are rotated, so it's not as arduous a term as for some other representatives. And I think that what I'm putting forward here is the options so that if, for example, we find that the people who we've currently got on as panel members don't want to continue on, well then we can, this is where I've got the other points there, that we can replace the retiring expert members with a new expert member and so on. Plus we can seek expressions of interest for the retiring community representatives, so that I'm not actually asking someone to stay on if they don't want to. I'm just encouraging them to do so if that is what they want to do. And I think that the knowledge that they've gained has been very useful, and they are used to working together as a team. And don't forget that the three chairs, the chair and then the two deputy chairs, they're all chosen by the minister, so we don't have choice over that. And we can only choose from the expert panel members from the list of expert panel members that are given to us as well. So there's no guarantee that if we get a new pool of expert members that they're going to be actually any better than the ones we've got. So I think that all things considered, we're being well served, and I think that the options that I've put forward here, if they don't want to continue on, it gives us the opportunity to replace them. So I think it's a fairly versatile motion. It took us quite a while, didn't it, Councillor Shuri, to come up with this, and we did speak to council officers in terms of what was a reasonable way of going forward. So I urge you all to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Shuri as seconder to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also am concerned that the corporate knowledge could disappear. And the team and the panel have been working well. Like Councillor Nielsen, I would prefer that planning matters were back in the hands of councillors, but be it as it may, that's not the case. And I've attended many of those planning meetings, and I find them very fair, very reasonable. They listen and ask extremely detailed questions from both the applicant and or objector. And I think the only thing I don't like is the fact that their deliberations are done in private, but I can't do anything about that either. So I know we're short of some community reps because two have resigned since the beginning three-year term. So we will be needing to look for some more community reps. But I urge you to go with this way of looking at our planning panel.
Councillor Roberts, you've got a question.
Yeah, just a question to the appropriate council officer. There was a report recently tabled to council about the planning panel, and there was some statistics. From memory, the statistics of the panel ever overturning a council recommendation in favour of the applicant, I believe was 0 in 3 years, and the examples of the panel overturning a council recommendation against the applicant was quite significant. It was quite a large number. Can I just confirm those statistics, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the exact number in relation to the decisions of the panel which have gone against the council officer's recommendation, where the council officers have recommended sort of refusal and the panel has approved it. That's probably something that's seldomly occurred. They generally tend to be the other way. That's when council officers are recommending approval and the application does get refused. But I think I can't recall whether it has occurred or not. But mostly, a very high percentage of the panel's decisions are consistent with the officer's recommendation.
Okay, so most of them are consistent with the officer's recommendation, but whenever they've changed, they've invariably gone against what the applicant was asking for, and I'm happy to go on the record as that. And based on that, I think that's evidence that the current panel potentially could be unbalanced, and there's been a number of matters that if we had that power, we could have called that up and let common sense prevail. There was one particular example that I was quite concerned about. That was the Ritz Cinema. they had the recommendation from council unfortunately reflected some issues about heritage that were frankly not applicable. And they were doing it tough because of COVID, and they wanted to invest and renew that place, keep the spot sustainable. And I have great confidence that if we managed to call that matter up to this council, we would have amended that recommendation to a more common sense outcome. So I'm very disappointed that this panel has demonstrated a lack of balance over 3 years, and I will not be supporting this.
So, Councillor, question first, yeah?
Just following on from that matter that was raised by Councillor Roberts, through you to the relevant officer, I believe that the criticisms that the panel had regarding the issues with the writs were addressed and revised plans were put forward, and I believe I'm correct in saying that they've been approved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's my understanding that a review application was lodged by the applicant for the Ritz Cinema with some modifications to the design, and I think that was subsequently approved by the panel.
Councillor Matson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We also have, from what I can see, the issue of the nomination of 5 councillors to serve on the interview panel with the General Manager. Can I suggest, through you to the mover of what is now the motion, that perhaps the 5 councillors be you, the Mayor, and 1 councillor from Labor, Liberal, Green and Independent bloc?
To the mover.
As I understand it, you've given, under the second bullet point, there is the possibility that we may need to nominate 5 councillors to serve on the interview panel in the case of members of the panel who are simply not interested in reoccurring. So I was just simply suggesting perhaps you consider the 5 panel membership with the General Manager to be the Mayor and 1 councillor each from the 4 political blocs.
So we accept that, Councillor Nelson? Yeah. Do we need to?
I think you can leave it
type
to
that in, Mr. Kelly?
the blocs to nominate who they want.
Councillor Andrews, you had.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the concern I've got with the panel is the lack of them taking in the community concerns and public interests, and refusing development applications on the grounds of public interest. And I'll give an example of this. We had a childcare centre proposal in Lockmarie Street, Maroubra, and we had over 30 to 40 objections to it from the community. And this was recommended for approval by council officers. It was approved by the committee. But what shocked me, Mr. Mayor, was that the community representative did not represent the community. We had over 30 to 40 objections, and the community representative voted in favour of this application. So what is the purpose of a community representative on this committee if they don't listen to the concerns of the community? This is my concern. I find that this panel is not listening to our residents and ratepayers. They need to be listened to. There's no accountability here. You know, the community has got concerns, and the representative is not taking into concerns of the community. As councillors, we're accountable. We're elected to represent our community. And when matters were coming to council, all of us were here representing our community. And if there was 30 to 40 objections to an application, all of us would take it quite seriously and look at this application quite carefully, and we would all probably come up with the view and the opinion that it's not in the public interest. And I just find that this planning committee does not take into consideration the community concerns in relation to development applications. They are inconsistent. You know, they approved a swim school at the tennis club at Coogee, which was only 5 objectors, but they approved a swim school in Garrett Street, in Lockmarie Street, Maroubra, had about 30 to 40 objectors. I can't work it out. There's too much inconsistency. There's no community representation, and that's why I supported Councillor Roberts, because we need to get community-minded people on this committee to represent our community, the job that we were doing prior to getting kicked off the planning.
Any further speakers? Councillor Veach.
I just wanted to ask a question, just clarify one of the points. I understand that a couple of the community reps may have already stepped down. Is that correct? Will they be replaced in any case? Perhaps I should be asking the mover. I'm not sure. Mr. Kyriakou. If this motion goes ahead, I just wanted to clarify: can we seek to take on the additional community reps to replace the ones that have already stepped down? Or will we? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we selected the community reps at the inception of the panel, we did obtain 6 community reps at the time. 2 of those have now resigned their positions, so we are down to 4. We can still operate with the 4 community reps based on the 11 meetings we do have a year, and those community reps are able to represent issues throughout the whole of local government area. At the end of the day, it's a matter for council if you wish to seek to obtain additional community reps back to a number like 5, for example, which originally when the panel was set up, it was identified that you would be selecting a person from each particular ward. However, the guidelines are now allow for a community rep to represent more than one ward or the whole of the local government area, and that's how effectively we've designed the system for council.
May I ask the mover if you'd consider appointing, this motion appoints some other, additional community reps to fill those vacancies?
I think the intent of this motion is that should the current community representatives want to stay on, it wouldn't be absolutely paramount that we do that. However, if one of them were to stand down or any more than that, it would be absolutely paramount that we should re-advertise. And don't forget, we can advertise at any time. We don't have to just advertise straight away. That's correct, isn't it, Mr. Kyriakou?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would need a council's resolution to obtain additional community reps.
I'm just wondering if the mover would consider that council, advertises, not the additional, to fill those vacancies, to meet the full quota.
Well, personally, I would rather stick with what we have at the present time, because when we know what it is that we're dealing with, we can then make a response. So I think otherwise we're going to be advertising for what? We don't know.
What I meant was after we've done that.
So, Councillor Nielsen, would you like to wrap up, or will I put it?
I think if we just put it, but I would, while I'm putting it, and I've got the floor at the moment, I think some of the objections that Councillor Andrews has, I totally agree with him, but the point is this system is not set up to be looking after the community as such. This system is set up to look after far more just trying to get things to happen and happen quickly without necessarily looking at all the difficulties, and certainly there's not enough chance for people to have their say. But having said that, I'm winding up, thank you. The point is that the people that we've got on our panel are actually very experienced Land and Environment Court people. So some of the rules and decisions that we're getting are things that we would probably get if we went to the Land and Environment Court. I agree, I think we have far greater wisdom around our table here for deciding on planning matters, but hopefully you'll support this, and I think it gives us flexibility to go forward, but it gives us a plan of action.
So councillors, I put it, all those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. CP 36/20, La Perouse Museum Collection Policy, Councillor Shuri.
Yeah, I just want to move the recommendation on the business paper, but basically I just wanted to say how amazing and detailed this document is, and I would just like to commend the member of staff or members of staff who put this together. I think it's a really detailed, well thought out way forward for this museum. So.
Speaking, Councillor Wicks? Oh yeah, it's already up there. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to speak?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I also echo sentiments from Councillor Shuri that this is a very impressive policy document, and in particular Roxanne Fay. She is an absolute asset to the council team, and the La Perouse Museum is a better venue as a result of her recruitment into the role, and I am continually impressed with the commitment and the dedication that she has put into the endeavours of this particular venue. There is a lot that's going to be happening to the museum in the next 5-10 years, and I just hope that anyone who's not involved and across what is happening there do so, because there will be calls for your support all the way. And if you're aware of the efforts that have gone into the policy, but also the planning and the plans in the future, then you will be in a better position to help continue to push it along and make sure that all of the efforts and the initiatives that everyone's involved is building up toward, then it will help this particular landmark in our LGA to continue to soar, rise and be a beacon for a treasure that we should really be championing beyond our LGA. And we already have such a close connection with the La Perouse Museum and the representatives in France and others across the French community. They would, I know, be hugely supportive of all of our support. They'd be very grateful for our support in ensuring that this venue continues to get the attention that it deserves. So well done to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Peach.
Thank you. Look, I'll support this report, and I also commend the curator, Roxanne Fay. She is doing a really outstanding job. I do support this on the condition that it is being placed on public exhibition. My understanding had been that the overall vision for the museum would have been discussed in more detail in relation to the master plan, and I didn't actually anticipate that basically a collection policy would be determining what is a really significant decision. Look, again, there's a huge amount of detail, and I commend the officer for their work. But, the museum, at point 2, the museum's vision and mission, there is absolutely no reference to the Aboriginal community and the Bidjigal elders. That's not even mentioned, even though there's a separate statement on that. It's sort of much further down as a sort of a subcategory. I don't actually think that's appropriate. I think the significance of that location and museum to the local Indigenous community should be elevated to part of the museum's vision and mission. I think that's critical. I note also, you know, in some of our meetings, I've noted and sort of put forward that there's opportunities for this museum to have a very significant educational component, which would not only be of massive benefit to our community, but could also increase visitation and income as it does in other venues. And, you know, that's not mentioned again in the vision and mission. It sort of mentions to be a unique and valued social and corporate event venue. Now, I've seen the plans, and I really did put forward that sort of, you know, one of the proposed additions in the master plan, which has not yet been offered in detail to vote on, did not contain an educational component. It was very much in this early iteration, and again, just early concepts, very much a new area that would be used for corporate events, and that they're two quite different functions. And I know I'm probably boring people to death, but just my experience at the Museum of Contemporary Art, where they have both education and corporate events, the two types of facilities are very different, and it sort of probably needs a little bit more thinking on how this new museum, if council chooses to go down that path, will accommodate those. So I will support it, but I will be putting on notice that I believe that there are crucial elements that need to be considered when this comes back following a public exhibition.
Can I just ask a question, Councillor Veitch? So what you're saying is that on page 33, key themes in section 7 and section 8, the actual traditional custodians are the first in the list, and in 8, the Alaparus Museum traditional custodians of the Gurrewal Alaparus. So they are mentioned, and they got first billing on that section.
Thank you. Yeah, I did note that, but I'm just referring to page 28. After the introduction, point 2, the museum's vision and mission, which I think kind of preempts. The other section is the history and significance of the collection, and that is section 5.2 is essentially a subcategory. I think note of the significance to the local Indigenous community, both locally and in fact nationally, should be elevated, and perhaps I'll actually put that now as an amendment, that the museum's mission is, under section 2, to recognise the local, national and international significance of this location to the Indigenous community and Bidjigal elders. And sorry, that was the local, national and international significance. And this location and museum.
Before we make it an amendment, Councillor Shuri is the mover. Do you accept that? So we'll just call it point C.
And just to clarify, that's on
Yes, so that's point
page
2.
28.2, where it says the museum's mission is, and then there's a series of bullet points.
So we just add that as a bullet point amongst.
No, to the top.
At the top of, yeah, but we put in
Directly
point 2.
underneath where it says the museum's mission is.
Mission is, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Good to go. Look, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd actually just like to start my comments, drawing actually quite strongly off the comments of Councillor Veitch.
In relation to this particular policy, it states that the review date is August of 2025. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the relevant officer, I'd just like to get the idea as to what the intended duration of this particular policy is in fact, in light of the fact that, at least in my understanding, the overall master plan, as well as the broader, more strategic view for the La Perouse Museum going forward has not yet been settled. So I'm just curious as to what the intended effect of this is as a document in terms of structuring the approach taken by council in light of the fact that, well, at least it is my view, that the overall strategic approach of the La Perouse Museum is not necessarily settled. While we've had some very encouraging initial discussions on it, I'm just curious as to how this document is seen as fitting in that, in light of what was an excellent, but in my view, very introductory briefing.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This collection policy was prepared based on a grant application that Council received. So you'll see the references in section 2 to the museum's vision and mission, and those text and content is taken from the business plan that was prepared in 2017. So the need for this collection policy is to assist the curator in terms of managing the collection, ensuring it meets all the current standards for the operation of the museum, and so that it's clear what Council's position is in terms of the collection and donations and acquisitions. It is only intended to be an interim policy, subject to the development of the master plan for the museum and its refurbishment and its reinvigoration. And that whole curatorial framework that was discussed with Council will be an ongoing conversation and will then form the basis for which this collection policy will then become consistent and complement. So in terms of the revision date of the policy, that's a standard date that you always apply to a policy, but that does not prevent the policy being reviewed before that date.
Look, in light of that answer, I'm more than comfortable putting this on public exhibition. I think that gives me comfort that there will be subsequent significant discussions around the future of that particular site and the approach to be taken by Council, both on a curatorial framework, but obviously in relation to much more significant decisions around the built form of the building and the like. So, look, in light of that, I'm happy to commend the report.
Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, in principle, I have no issues with the motivation behind this amendment. My question is on page 28, when it refers to the museum's vision and mission. My understanding is that this document is just simply related to the museum collection policy. So I assume that on page 28, it's just simply restating the current museum's vision and mission, whether, you know, in all its good and bad glory. So my question is, does this amendment then, I don't know, does it change other documents, so to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The amendment could be included in the document. What I would suggest that because the museum's vision and mission relates directly back to the current business plan, which is effectively the document by which Council has in terms of its guiding principles in terms of the development of the museum and its operation, perhaps that particular amendment can sit within the content of the policy, but perhaps not as a reference directly to the business plan.
So I take it this amendment won't put a spanner in the works of other documents then? Okay. Yeah, and noting the document is very sensitive to the Aboriginal local community in section 8, which I think we've already talked about, so I'll support the amendment.
It's not an amendment, it's just been added to as a point C. So we're still just talking about the motion.
Yep, sorry. My apologies. Yep.
So I'll put the motion then. All those in favour say aye.
Those against, I declare that carried. Now we're on CS 43/20, Randwick City Council Coastal Advisory Committee. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the report in a...
Sorry, Councillor Parker. Councillor Shuri, you had CS 42/20.
I made a mistake. I didn't mean to call. I thought I was calling out the next one.
Okay.
I move the recommendation on the business, if that's necessary.
If you don't want to do it, we'll just bypass it. I must have read your mind, so I'd have to move it. I have to move it because it's...
Okay, I move the recommendation on the business
Do I have
paper.
a seconder? This is on CS 42/20. Councillor Roberts has seconded.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, I'll be seconding the motion. Just a couple quick questions. It mentioned there'll be some sort of budgetary revision in the September quarter. Is that like September next year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, September this year. The review, October month.
Yep, so... All right, my next question is, I assume you'll be, in the briefing session we discussed this, you're in constant communication with other councils. So now that we've potentially passed this policy tonight, will you be sharing it with other councils and discussing a commonality?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, Councillor Roberts.
Okay, well, great to hear. We already knew that anyway from the briefing session. So I'd just like to congratulate the staff on a fantastic job bringing this forward. So well done on that. It was very difficult at the start of the year, and you responded to that admirably. A lot of long hours from all the staff, and now you've come back with this. And I like to think this strikes an excellent balance. So congratulations.
Discussion, I'll put that, councillors. All those in favour say aye. Oh, Matson. Councillor Matson, the mic, please.
Mr. Mayor, look, I note on page 80 it's proposed that the membership will also include councillors, 3 councillors and the mayor. Next item, is it?
CS. So we're putting CS 42/20. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. So Councillor Parker, now CS 43/20.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move this report in a slightly amended fashion. The first item I move is point A, that Council endorse the creation of the new Coastal Advisory Committee. That remains the same. Point B, that Council determine the membership of the Coastal Advisory Committee and appoint delegates for the period of September 2020 to September 2021. That the committee be comprised of the Mayor or his delegate representing the Labor Party, one councillor from each other grouping, so that the total composition of the panel in relation to elected officials is 4. So it would be comprised of the Mayor representing the Labor Party, 1 councillor representing the Liberal Party, 1 councillor representing the Greens, and 1 councillor representing the Independents. C, that the Coastal Advisory Committee and terms of reference are reviewed by Council once the open space recreational needs strategy has been completed and adopted. And D, that interested observer councillors expressing an interest be notified of meeting dates.
Seconded by Councillor Luxford. Do you want to speak on that, Councillor Luxford? Yes, seconded. Oh, have you finished?
Look, in effect, it's very simple. It clearly represents all groupings, but gives councillors the ability to attend and, more importantly, to know when the meetings are on if they would like to attend. So in light of that, I commend the report.
So Councillor Shuri has seconded. How would you like to speak as seconder?
I think the makeup of the councillors on the committee is a fair and reasonable way to go forward, and that's probably all I want to say.
Any further discussion? So councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Those against? I declare that carried. So we move on to Councillor Shuri, CO 47/20, LGLSW Annual Conference.
Yes, thank you. Looking for page. Thank you. Sorry. Please bear with me, everybody. I wanted to add a point B. So the first one is the council determines 9 voting delegates for the 2020 Local Government New South Wales Annual Virtual Conference, and then adding a second line that the delegates are made up of. So I note that we have 2 extra places this year, so that the delegates are made up of 2 independent councillors, 3 Labor councillors, 2 Green councillors and 2 Liberal councillors. So the 2 extra places are given, 1 to the Greens and 1 to the Independents.
Seconded by Councillor Matson. And
Sorry?
yep, seconded by Councillor Matson. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Matson, as seconder?
Look, again, it's one of those difficult allocations given a set number of delegateships. You can do it any number of ways, but the fairest way does seem to be the way Councillor Shuri has put it. I really think that's the best way to go.
Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, I can't support this. In the interests of fair proportional representation, if we look at the proportions on council, maybe we could have the 7 reflect the proportions that currently exist on council.
And there's 9.
Sorry? Yes, I know. So,
You said 7.
okay, sorry. Okay, so 9. Thank you for the correction. I still say the proportions need to be the same. So the proportions currently for 15, we should shrink that to be equal proportions for 9. And in my back of the envelope calculation, that's pretty simple. That's the biggest block is Labor, and then the next biggest block are the Liberals, and then the next biggest block are the Greens, and then there's 3 independents, of which there's 2 that are aligned. So that makes a simple 4 Labor, 3 Liberal, 1 Green and 1 independent. So
do you want to make that
an amendment to reflect that if there's a seconder?
So that's the amendment, and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Do you want to speak on the amendment, Councillor Hamilton, as seconder?
Only to say that I support Councillor Roberts.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Look, well, on face value, a fair proposition. I cannot support it in light of the outcome, which was result at local government conference. So, look, as a result, I cannot support it. I think Councillor Shuri has been more than gracious in allocating an additional spot to the independent grouping as well as the Green grouping. So, look, I commend the report as moved by Councillor Shuri and cannot support the amendment as proposed by Councillor Roberts.
Any further put it? So I'll put the amendment. So can I, voting on those who are for the amendment, please raise your right hand. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Singh, Councillor Roberts. Those against the amendment, Councillor Shuri, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veach, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Matson, Councillor De Rocha and Councillor De Souza and the Mayor. So I declare that lost. So we go back to the motion, and the seconder is Councillor Matson. Will I just put it? Yeah, I just put it. So I'll just put that motion as is. All those in favour say aye. Those against, declare that carried unanimously. So,
Well, if you're going to say unanimously, I'd like my name recorded against.
oh, okay. So there is.
Thank you.
So it's not unanimous, it's just declared carried. Councillor Parker, CO 50/20.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the report on the business paper, but I do have a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager or the relevant staff member. Look, from an observation of the report, I could not see any changes to our Code of Conduct and Procedures which deviate from what is proposed from changes to the Model Code, and I just wanted to confirm that is the case.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The only change is to do with the gifts and benefits, where as a council we have chosen to have a zero policy on gifts and benefits. That's the only change from what's prescribed.
And just to confirm, that is in accordance with our long-standing policy in regards to that. Thank you. I commend the report.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Veitch. So, any further discussion? So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried unanimously. Now, Councillor Andrews, you have a petition.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've emailed the petition to the General Manager and Mr. Kelly. It's a petition from, I'll just read you. It's a petition from residents of Mermaid Avenue, Maroubra, and Winchester Street, Clovelly. They've received their rate notices and they're not happy with their increase in council rates, and they request a review, or basically understand the approach to maintain council's viability and capacity, but this should not come at the expense of some Randwick Council residents and ratepayers. So this petition basically is opposing the recent council rate increase. It might be a bit too late, but the petition has been presented to me to present to council tonight. It's been emailed to the General Manager.
Oh, okay. You've received
Signed
it?
by 19 residents.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have the petition. The residents are concerned that their year-on-year increase is 11.6 rather than the 5.52%. As council is aware, we did have a valuation change this rating year, which did impact individual property rates outside of the special levy or rate peg. So we will respond to this petition.
Just a question. I didn't hear how many people were on the petition. That 19? Thank you.
So now we move on to the motion of notice of motions. NM 59/20, notice of motion from Councillor Matson, Hobson Bay City Council base virtual power plant. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shuri to second it. Councillor Matson.
Yes, look, the technology now for microgrids or virtual power plants, VPs, is evolving. It's becoming a reality. The underlying technique is that a number of or a multiple of rooftop solar arrays, either on private dwellings or on business roofs of factories or sheds, or in the case of Hobson Bay Council in Victoria, actually on the roofs of council buildings. It's now a reality that these diverse number of small solar arrays can now be linked up via the emerging technologies of smart meters and new improved storage batteries. They can be batteries anywhere in the locality. They can be private batteries actually inside an everyday house. The ability of a virtual power plant is that you can create in one particular geographical area a power plant that is almost virtually the same as perhaps a solar wind farm or a coal-fired powered generator. That's where the term virtual comes in. Now, what Hobson Bay City Council is trying to do here is advance this to the actual implementation stage. They will be awarding a contract very soon, and when that contract has been awarded, a lot more confidential details will become available to other interested council bodies. So what I'm saying is that we do not need to reinvent the wheel here. We can lever off the initiative by Hobson Bay by simply monitoring it and bringing back a report to it. What do we get out of this? We get to observe a council that hopes to be able to achieve and create a virtual power plant that would deliver 4 megawatts of solar power from the roofs of some 40 different council buildings in Hobson Bay. But they have much more ambitious designs than that. They intend to expand it. They intend to take up other roof spaces. Probably there will be a take-up of the rooftop arrays of individual homes in a particular area. You can have a dozen or maybe several hundred homes in, say, one particular area of ours. If we use our city as an example, we could have 4 or 5 streets in Maroubra hooked up together. That virtual power plant would then be able to sell excessive solar power back through the grid to other users in the area. I particularly like the approach taken by Hobson Bay. They make a point of saying that they will be able to provide solar power to tenanted buildings. That's the big problem that many people see at the moment with the rollout of conventional rooftop arrays. If you own your own home, then you own and control the roof. If you're a council administrative body, you own the council building and you control the roof. But if you are not a home owner, if you are a renter, you actually miss out. You have the potential to miss out on the solar revolution that's moving through the suburbs. But Hobson Bay, by using the concept of virtual power plants, believes that it can get around and raise up those people to the point where they too can participate, either making them customers who buy solar power from a neighbouring virtual power plant or microgrid, all through the council being able to achieve the positioning of a solar cell on top of a block of flats or townhouses or the 4x whatever in Coogee. This is not going to incur any significant costs to this council, but it does bring us along for the technological wave. I propose that we simply surf off the back of Hobson's Bay Council. We see whether they can make it work. When they've made it work, we simply adopt whatever technological changes they have achieved in getting the government to implement, whatever changes they have persuaded the federal government to make to the national electricity market. There is a wonderful opportunity here. We are a very environmentally pro-council. We do wish to, like all councils responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to lower costs. One way we can lower costs is, instead of this council administrative body having to buy power from one of the existing power companies who will get that power from, say, either a solar farm or a coal-fired
conventional power station, we will be able, if we go down this path, to be able at some point to create our own virtual power plant. We have the rooftops. This is Australia. There's a lot of solar sun coming down on top of those roofs. A lot of councillors around the country are thinking we can use this for our residents, for our ratepayers, for our renters, for our businesses. I'd ask for your support for it.
Thanks, Councillor Shuri, seconder.
I reserve my right. I think Councillor Matson has explained it very well.
I'll just put it then. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. So we move on to NM 61/20, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, call for support for higher education sector. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nielsen.
This is call for support for the higher education sector. Councillors, I believe this is a relevant motion. UNSW is in our LGA. It's in West Ward. It is one of the biggest, if not the biggest employer in our LGA. And there's a very big problem, and that problem is that university staff at UNSW and across Australia have been excluded from the JobKeeper support package. There is no conscionable reason why university staff have been excluded. In fact, it's only public universities, private universities have not been denied JobKeeper at all. Now, it's interesting to note that over the last 1 or 2 decades, universities have been forced into adopting a very corporate education model that has been strongly opposed by unions and students. They have been, university funding has been decreased year by year, forcing universities to seek funds by other means. And as we all know, that the major means that they have had to make up these really significant shortfalls in funding is through fully upfront payments, fee payments, significantly by international students. International students are obviously well within their right to seek an education and to seek a visa and to come here, but that is as a direct result of government policy forced on universities, which have led to really significant cultural changes in our education system. Despite being flexible and trying to continue to deliver education services under this corporate model, universities and their very hard-working staff have been left out of this program. This has along with the significant decrease in fees by the change, the downturn in international students, has thrown universities into crisis. Now, this motion was drafted in consultation with the NTEU, the National Tertiary Education Union. Damien Carl, who's the Division Assistant Secretary for NTEU New South Wales, was going to be here tonight to speak in support. They have been flat out with so many job losses and sackings in the last weeks and months and the last days. He was called to another meeting and was not able to attend. However, he did send through an email to all the councillors prior to the meeting, which I hope you get a chance to read. At least 10,000. It's hard to get a handle on the full numbers. I was told by Mr. Carl that as of today there are at least 12,000 permanent jobs.
5 minutes.
that have gone, and there's probably tens of thousands of other casual jobs. I hope you can support this motion, support students and staff across Australia, but also locally right here in our LGA. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen, a seconder.
Yes, I'm happy to second this because one of my, I suppose it's a, well, my daughter has problems with the employment and lack of because of this privatisation of our universities. But I'm just wondering whether, as seconder, the mover would accept the fact that we're a bit more specific in point E, where we say we write to the federal government. I assume we're meaning the federal members in our area as well, so we're writing to Matt Thistlethwaite and to Dave Sharma, sending a copy of our motion. Yeah, so we need to, it needs to go to the federal government, which includes the Prime Minister, the Minister for Education, the opposition leader and the Shadow Minister for Education, and to our local federal members, that being Matt Thistlethwaite and Dave Sharma. Yeah, thank you. Where am I up to? I'm specifically including the, the Prime Minister, the Minister for Education, the Opposition Leader, the Shadow Minister for Education, and then to the local federal members in our area, and they include Matt Thistlethwaite and Dave Sharma, so a member for Wentworth and a member for Kingsford Smith. And it's probably not a bad idea to send one to the the Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor of University of New South Wales, and suggest they use some of their money to fund their staff. But that's only said in cheek, not. So are we okay with that? Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak? So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour? Oh, sorry.
You need to go to bed early tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been working in learning and development in mostly the corporate sector, and now working for a global training provider with higher ed and vocational. And so I am, on the whole, always supportive of the education sector. One thing that I'd like to point out is that when we as council, and I hope that this background paragraph does not make it into any letter, when we as council endorse comments such as ongoing government funding cuts, significant decreases in student fee intakes, none of our business, and the federal government's exclusion of public universities from the JobKeeper program have sent the university sector into crisis. I'm sorry, COVID has sent the world into crisis. I mean, this job cuts and people's inability to pay their bills is a direct and completely obvious result of COVID. It's not the government's fault that people are losing their jobs. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm pointing out the background, and I'm just making a statement against. So I'm going to continue on because it's not a point of order. So I'm making a statement that that paragraph is in stark contrast to what we know as a global society. So putting that down to say that the university sector is in crisis as a result of the government is just simply ridiculous, and it's kind of embarrassing because that's not the reason at all. I know that a lot of my work colleagues are and have been significantly impacted by this. I am only a really fortunate person that I've been able to retain a full-time position, but I can tell you that there are people who have lost their jobs all over.
Point of order.
Sorry? How is there a point of order? Job loss. I'm talking about job loss.
No, I'll listen to the point of order. You have to turn your mic off, please.
Oh, well,
I'm just listening to the point of order.
has actually read the motion. Point B acknowledges the significant impacts of COVID-19 on individuals, communities, businesses. And point C notes the severe impacts of COVID-19 on the higher education sector. All of your points are in my motion, and I would ask you to retract your statement.
Okay, so it's not a point of order, it's an active debate. Keep going.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. That's right. So it's about the fact that people are losing their jobs and we all have been impacted. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, and it's a very valid point, and one that there would be more people that would recognise the point that I'm making as valid, reasonable, common sense and level-headed, and something that is missing in this council.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? So I'll call it. All those in favour of the motion, say aye. Against? Declare that carried. So NM 62/20, notice of motion from Councillor Veitz, review of housing supply targets.
I have put
Councillor Parker is seconder.
And I have sent some amendments through to Mr. Kelly. The amendments are in bold. It's just being a little bit more specific, relating in terms of the correspondence, noting that the correspondence was sent to Ku-ring-gai Council from the Minister, and also noting additional correspondence that came in subsequent to the business papers even being printed, also from Minister Stokes.
Yeah, Councillor Parker seconded. And you second the amendments, Councillor Parker?
And also, if you're able to scroll down, so I'll perhaps make the text a little bit smaller so people can see the full amendments. I have requested that we submit a late motion to the Local Government New South Wales Conference as well. Councillors, for this entire year, our council, and indeed the state and federal government, has been running as fast as we can on every level, whether it's budgets, whether it's staffing, whether it's community support packages. On every single level, we have had to revisit our operational plans and budgets in response to COVID-19. We're still doing it now. Every meeting, pretty much, we are revisiting plans, looking at what we can do to support the community because things are changing, if not day by day, week by week. Every moment we're having to make new plans, as is the state government, as is the federal government, as are families and individuals, businesses. However, what we've now learnt, that the one area that the state government is not prepared to budge on is housing targets. Housing targets. We have a report which was published by the federal government this month, COVID-19, Australia's population and housing demand. This federal government report has shown, it's quite comprehensive, it's on the net. I included a link in the business papers, which people could access online. It includes a range of scenarios in relation to significant decreases in population and dwellings. It's quite an easy read. Now, this affects not only our LGA, but councils across New South Wales and across Sydney. In South Ward with Little Bay, and certainly in West Ward with the student housing. It's interesting here on page 9, it says student arrivals averaged only 43 per month between April and June, compared to 43,600 in the same 3-month period last year. Normally in June, around 80,000 students leave Australia and return home for the mid-year break. The figures are there. Whether it is, there's also going to be impact just on local population growth, because when there's uncertainty around our economy, around business, just around the future in general, that does lead to lower birth rates. And it's quite clear that there's going to be decreases in just the natural population increase and overseas migration and in student migration. And this will consequently lead to less demand for housing. When we look at housing targets, they're not just a line drawn on a map. They affect people. I know, we all know people who, you know, certainly I have had many people come to me saying they want to leave the area due to high-rise buildings encroaching on their amenity. And I think we just cannot ignore. If we are happy to respond to the pandemic in every other way, I don't see how we can then say that, oh, we're going to forget about this. Just doesn't make any sense. So that's why I've asked that we do put a late motion into the local government conference. This does need to be up for debate. It doesn't just affect our LGA.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker, would you like to speak?
I waive my rights.
Councillor Matson.
Yes, look, I'm very grateful to Councillor Veach for taking on board some concerns I had with the original wording of the motion. The original wording of point B seemed to make it to validate a view that it was within the scope of any council to simply reject the housing target recommendations coming from the Greater Sydney Planning Panel, when in reality I think all councillors realise that it's not really the Greater Sydney Planning Panel that will be enforcing those targets. It will be the state government, and therefore councils need to be very careful. We need to keep ourselves relevant in this debate. If we simply reject the recommendations on the housing targets put by the Greater Sydney panel, then we are running the risk that the Minister might decide to simply remove us from the playing field. We are aware of how this can be done. It can be done through simply the government supporting single site spot rezonings, or direct intervention by the state government when this council puts forward a draft local environmental policy with our housing strategy. I'm interested to see exactly how Ku-ring-gai Council is now going to handle this situation. I think they've flagged that they are going to be having a council meeting in September around this time, and that from what I can see, they will be simply rejecting the target set by the panel. I think they're making a very big mistake. I think they are essentially underestimating the power that Randwick City Council has learnt to its cost that the state government has in setting planning objectives. The success of K2K was that we put forward a planning proposal that met the intentions of the government, and at the same time allowed our strategic planning staff to put forward very winnable, very good wins for the community in terms of strategic planning. I will certainly be following with interest what resolution Ku-ring-gai Council comes to on its deferred housing strategy. And I will be then very interested to see how the Minister deals with it. I would ask all councillors to support the current wording of the motion. I think it achieves what Councillor Veach set out to achieve, which was to draw to the attention of the
state government, the federal government's new National Housing, Finance and Investment Report. But at the same time, it does not lock us into a simplistic view on our actual political strengths when it comes to urban planning decisions. I would ask all councillors to support this.
Any further speakers? So, Councillor Robert.
Okay, like everyone else, I want to go to dinner as well. But maybe I lack understanding. But just reading this motion, maybe it's misunderstanding or misinterpretation. But Part C clearly is a direction to our staff, directing them to consider projected decreases in population growth and housing demand. From my perspective, that's a big concern. That is outside our current protocol with regards to our strategic planning settings, and if we pass this tonight, then that could cause issues there.
Question.
So I think Councillor Matson has a question related to that.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Matson.
Just through you to the Director for Planning. Look, my understanding of point C is that Councillor Veitch did have some sort of feedback with...
Councillor Matson and Councillor Roberts, it's now point 4, but
I am sorry.
but just to lack confusion. So
It's
now
okay.
point 4 up there.
It's now changed to point C, is it? It's back to point C, I think, Councillor. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I see a C there. It's a D, is it? Okay. Okay. Look, just the question would be, would we, as a matter of course, in our strategic planning assessment, consider these issues that the councillor raised in what was point C but is now point D? Projected decreases in population growth and housing demand, the COVID-19 pandemic. Would these issues be taken into account and considered by our strategic planners?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question about population growth and the projections that have been provided through the local strategic planning statement and the housing strategy have been based on a number of assumptions by state government in regards to that, including sort of birth rates, migration, as well as ageing population and the like. And as part of our due diligence, we would certainly take into consideration maybe the shorter term impacts of the pandemic and what that may mean for future housing targets. But I would say that certainly the housing market is relatively inelastic in its rate of response to supply and demand, so there is that lag time. But certainly it is a discussion I think a lot of councils will be having with the department in terms of whether there should be any changes to those growth projections.
Yep. Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, so I think it's prudent to keep our current settings fixed and just let this COVID pandemic play out and see where it lands us. It can't stop us from strategically planning the future growth of the city, and frankly, if the population does fall off, then what that means is the population doesn't grow. So even though an area might be identified for future growth, it won't grow because the people won't be there. But it's important that we have the plans in place to accommodate that growth. So I think this motion potentially could put a spanner in those sort of works. I can't support it. And I also have major concerns about Councillor Parker. Is he representing himself, since this is a state matter, or is he representing his employer? So I was a bit surprised there was no announcement of a conflict of interest.
Any further discussion? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't support this either. I think that it's really too early for us to take a call that the population will decrease, and we can't do it based on emails or a straw poll in the streets. Census is coming up next year. Census 2021. We'll know more. That's a nationwide survey of the population, and it will give us a true indication of what's happening. And I guess after then, after those results and after that survey has been, the results have been put together and disseminated to the appropriate bodies, then of course we'll have some information. But as I said, I wouldn't be taking it just as a straw poll in the street and some word of mouth and a couple of emails from residents.
Point of order, this was from a federal government report, as again specified in the motion with a link.
Yeah, just look at the link. So Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would politely ask Councillor Roberts to retract his comments, and I would just like to draw him to his attention the position of his employer in relation to, as chair of the Housing Affordability Committee in the Federal Parliament, and the direct relationship which that would have in relation to this particular matter. While not seeking to inject that in the debate, I would just kindly suggest that one would keep respective employers out of this in light of the fact that it is thoroughly irrelevant to the debate at hand.
I will not be withdrawing that. This is a state issue, and my employer is a federal issue. This is completely about state planning matters.
Any further to Councillor Andrews? Councillor Andrews. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I would kindly, through you, suggest that the Councillor Andrews would direct his comments through the chair, but further refrain from personal attacks on another councillor in light of the Code of Meeting Practice.
Yeah, Councillor Andrews, please don't speak out. Either address the council. Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Andrews, we'll just put it. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. So, actually we go to closed session. Does anyone want to move? Happy to move it. Councillor Andrews, seconder. Councillor De Rocha. So move it so we don't have to close session. So we'll just end the meeting. Yeah. So councillors, I'll close the meeting at 9:45 p.m. Thank you.